Literally,
Hello.
fuck it, we do it live.
Yeah.
Penis!
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Dungeons and Dragons. For now.
Big old dick.
Cock and balls. All right. Hello, everyone. How are you doing? I'm in a mood. I hope you're all doing wonderfully.
Jesus Christ.
Right off the bat with one min. What? What? Jesus Christ.
I just love that you're full of energy.
Yep. Yep. Gotta be here. Drink a lot of caffeine. Hello, everyone. How are you doing? I hope you're all doing wonderfully. Welcome to the first session, session 55 in the new year. It's 2024, y'all. We're gonna kill some PCs.
Oh,
I mean, like in other campaigns, not ours. Grim's starting a campaign on Mondays, y'all. So he's looking at his own character death.
It's called Murder Mondays, where I just weekly after week, instead of Monster of the Week, it's Murder of the Week, where a new PC dies. I'm really excited for it. I'm in a mood. I don't apologize because this is just the way I am. Welcome in, everybody. We're going to have a good night. It's going to be a great time. As you all know, well, I don't know if I talked about this. Maybe I did. Who knows? But we ended the session with the Force, and I informed the party that they had 90 days of downtime to do things that they wanted. So they sent me the list of the things. I did the best I could. And I got all the stuff figured out that they all wanted to do. And tonight we're going to kind of do a little quick what they did, sneak peeks over the 90 days. As I give them some information, they give you some information. It's just going to be a wonderful, good time. First off, we got to roll a d4 to see who does a recap next week.
Ghost, you roll a d4 now.
Me roll a d4?
It's Ghost now. I like this.
Do I even have a d4?
Should.
The one that looks like it hurt your feet.
I'll just... Okay.
It's the one that
Like a
would
caltrop.
absolutely hurt your feet.
I rolled a 4!
You rolled a 4. All righty, then. I believe in you. I believe in yourself. I believe in everything. Do 1, 2, 3, 4. That's me. That's so Raina. Well, automatically has to be Raina because she hasn't done it yet. So it'll be Raina, and then we start the rotation next week after that. So I had you roll for nothing, but I still wanted you to get used to it. It was 100% for practice. So yes, I did trim up the beard. It is not the, as my one friend calls it, the pew beard anymore. So we're here now.
Also, can I say that I like that shirt
What a
that you're wearing,
weird way
sir?
to just like put friend in there with puke beard. You know?
Why? That's what he called it. Yeah.
I don't know.
Friends that can't make fun of each other can't be friends. Yeah. So I'm gonna shut up for now as the wonderful Farron Ghost does the recap as I hit the music. Play that beat.
I'm not gonna be here next week.
Just so everyone knows, we never rolled for this recap, and it was sprung upon me literally 2 minutes ago. So
excuses.
I'm gonna read exactly excuses. I'm gonna read my notes. If they make sense, cool. If they don't, I'm sorry. I'm gonna take a page out of Splendor's book. Take my hand. We're gonna run. We're just gonna fucking run.
Why is it cold and clammy?
Reasons. Anyways, all right. So we started the session in the snow. After being teleported to a snowy mountainous landscape of sorts, to get out of the snow and the awful and the cold and the gross, we immediately find a hole and then we climb into it, shambling upon a camp made by hunters in the area. While in the cave, we meet a man, a thunder elf giant. Was he half giant? I don't remember. Named Elmist, from a town called Yolindra. Our group then makes a plan to visit the other side of the... Oh shit. See, it makes no sense. Our group then makes a plan to visit the town to enter the next school of magic, which needs to be visited under a Ptolemine moon, which only appears every 90 days. And it just so happens that tonight, of all nights, is a Ptolemine moon. Problem is that the section of the woods where it's at is the woods we are going to ages rapidly under the full moon, affecting everything in it. So it's very, very dangerous. We enter the town of Yolindra, escorted by Elmist, and Farron and Raina notice a board with a wanted poster of Raina herself. She immediately tries to rip it down, and another poster pops back into its place. Finding a tavern, we eat and drink until the moon rises, and Roshan and Elmas flirt and plan to fuck. The group then travels to a cliff top to watch the section of the woods where the Tulmine Moon is, and Reyna notices a portal to the Fey Realm. The group then decides to watch the woods and the Northern Lights and wait another 90 days for the Tulmine Moon. That's it. Thank you.
I think it's sufficient. I think there wasn't really anything that was missed.
There really wasn't much that happened besides just
Reyna almost got carried away in the wind when we told her to fly. Like
yes,
yes,
to the wind almost yeeted her. Yeah. So we kind of start the next 90 days at the day after the full Tulmine Moon. We go through as the group had many tasks that they wanted to do. They had to find a way to find their way around the forest. They wanted to research things that might be helpful for them with their going, and a bunch of other tasks that they would all like to do.
He says tasks, y'all. A lot of it's bullshit. I've seen my list.
Yeah.
He talks about sex kind of a lot. So, I don't know.
Surprisingly a lot. I've even seen the list.
Yes.
It's a little concerning, I'm not gonna lie.
It's not concerning. They know what they're about.
I know that we know what we're doing. All right.
Fucking horny bastard.
And it's everybody.
So I'm going to kind of let you all go through your kind of like a fast flash of what your lists are, and certain moments I'm going to take over.
I guess I should pull up my list.
We're going to start with Splendor. What do you do and achieve over your next 90 days?
I also had to pull up my list.
Oh, well, okay. I got your list. Okay.
I also have it here. I just need to scroll up in our DMs. It's fine. So, first thing, I'm gonna skip that because that's a Compton thing. Over this course of time, he starts focusing a little more on, for lack of a more succinct term, like his physicality, working on himself. He gets incredibly bored over this 90 days and picks up a lock at a general store, just a random padlock. For a time, he gets really into lock picking. With the help of these weird gloves and a set of tools that have this STF stamped on them, he doesn't get that. But, like, they were in the bag, so they're as good as his. He also finds these fancy gloves that make him so much better at lockpicking, and he becomes a lockpicking guy for a good few weeks. That's the non-consequential thing. I can pick locks now. I'm a rogue.
Oh, shit.
He also purchases a fancy knife, a hoarfrost dagger, constructed from the same material as Elmist's
battle axe.
Axe? I forgot the word for axe. But aside from that, a lot of it is just kind of being around town. He takes a couple days and he sets up on a corner with his easel and big canvas, offering portraits to anybody who's passing by, just as a thing to do. He doesn't accept payment. That's always been the case. If Elmist is hanging around, you know he's hanging around Elmist.
Yeah, and I'll actually chime in here. So as over the time that you've been more relaxing on things and not focusing on training or attuning or gathering information of what's going on around, Elmist is very active with your group as he finds you all interesting, as he always says, exotic. And you actually, at one point, your group will go and visit Elmist's brother. Unbeknownst to you, Elmist does have a lodging in town provided by his brother, but never actually uses it. His brother, seeing that you all need a place to stay, offers for you all to use the house in his stead, hoping that as he seems to have either an infatuation or maybe a curiosity to you all, that it might keep him in town a little bit longer, as he's been known to travel the woods more than actually staying in town. For the time being, as you've all been practicing your locks, doing your paintings, just going around the town, you've had a place to stay, a small lodging, not that small, but still about 2 stories, very quaint. The inside, when you first got in, was very dusty, run down. The furniture has been seen better days, but with probably about 10 days or so, you were able to clean up the place, get some new furniture in there, and make it into a cozy little home. Compton, using his magic, was able to keep it away from prying eyes and made it a safe space for you all. Elmist, to his begrudgment, stayed around town a little bit more, but I don't know if Roshan would have gotten jealous or much, but every once in a while he would head out into the woods to go hunting as he normally does, and every once in a while Reyna would accompany him. They'd usually be gone a couple days or so. What next would you be working on, Roshan?
Clearly is jealousy.
Well, okay, so because I have to address this now, I just wasn't going to. He isn't jealous. That said, he does spend a little more time out and about drinking when Elmist is gone.
All right.
Not jealous, but busying himself in other ways. While I'm there drinking at the inn, I also offer the owner, whose name I didn't write down, but we were given, her portrait, and if she accepts, it's this big, beautiful rendering of her that's honestly gigantic, probably one of the bigger pieces he's ever done, for her to put up in the establishment.
Il Mendal is overjoyed. This is beautiful. I know you had not stayed here very much, but if you ever need a spare room for a little afternoon delight, it is yours, free of charge, with such a beautiful painting.
It is easy to make a beautiful painting when your subject is so beautiful.
If you keep speaking like this, then the afternoon delight may be on me.
I would not complain. So outside of that, and his biggest thing is just making friends. Like he wants to know all of the regulars in this place by the end of this 90 days, by first name at least.
All right, easy enough.
And the final thing that happens, at night, so it's not super important, is that he does tinker about with his packed weapon, his scimitar, a little bit. So one day when he comes out of his bottle, he will never address it, but he's just wearing a bracer on his left arm now. What does that look like, Graham?
It actually looks like a very ornate golden bracer. Runs from about your back of your palm all the way down to your elbow. Has very ornate engraving, reminiscent of your homeland.
Spectacular. So just whenever the scimitar is on his hip, that is on his left arm. The only other thing, and this actually probably, well, maybe happens, I don't know, in the first couple days, I do have to have a conversation with Papa. And that is actually if he even shows up, because Roshan still pops it, because I think, depending on the sleeping situation, he might not go into his bottle every night, but he still does pop in there for a couple hours every night, just in case, maybe Dad will show up, maybe he won't.
All right.
He said he would, but he said a lot of things.
First question. Do you want the event with your blade to be common knowledge, or do you want to keep that to yourself?
I think we can, it can be open, that's fine.
Are you sure?
It's nothing big.
All right. So the one night while attuning to your blade, you focus on your gem for the school at the same time, thinking about seeing those alternate either hands, versions, possible futures, possible past, events that may yet to be unfold or may have already occurred. You can't quite tell. As you focus, you seem to haze and split, and it may have been a fever dream. You may have drinking too much in the tavern, but you swear you see different alternate versions, slightly different of yourself. but they fade. And then you fall asleep. You see yourself in your dream, no longer living with your mother, but standing by your father's side. The table of the 7 seats of Nosh within Asmar. All around you, you standing by his side, completely dressed in the regalia of the Shindarai, the guards of the 7 seats. Your father sits there talking to the other delegates, and he looks up you with a proud smile. My boy, you'll make your father so proud, and one day you will take this seat, as I have held it for far too long. Protect my life, and my life will be yours. He gives you a heavy smile. The weird part is it doesn't feel like a dream as you're looking down from your perspective. You look around, everything, the smells, the feels, the sounds, everything feels as it's happening to you. And when you blink once, blink twice, blink 3 times, you're back within your bottle. And when you see the blade in there, it has changed slightly, more matching the dream. And you see on your wrist that ornate golden bracer, matching that partially of your armor of the Shindarai. Probably
And-
about... Yep.
No, go ahead.
No, you go.
I was going to ask you that. Does he show up?
I was going to say about 20 days into your 90 days. You go into the bottle one night and you see that there is an ornate round table filled with wines and fruits and just foods of all imaginable kinds filling your bottle. And you can hear the music starting to play. And you hear the large belly-filled chuckle of your father. Oh, my boy, it is so good to see you in such health. Oh, your flame burns so bright. I see you have spread your seed far and wide. How goes your adventures? And please regale me with your tales of dominance.
Truly, it has been a wild experience, if I'm honest with you. I was a mere, it must be 23 or so days ago. I was in Cave, and now I'm 2 weeks east of Lernwick. Because why wouldn't I be? It's so cold up here. It's miserable.
Oh, Howard, your flame is so bright, but yet you are in such a cold place. I don't know how you do it, my boy, but I am so very proud, vigorous like your father.
It must be done. But I... hello, it is wonderful as always to see you. I think we both know that I would not have called you here without reason.
Oh, you wound me so, but facts be facts. How can I help you, my son?
He is going to walk over to where that painting has been sitting since he got it, propped up against the wall, and he's just going to pull it off and show it to him. It was painted by a blind man while I was in Case. This is what he painted. It is an upsetting image, that aside. It did remind me of something that I have not been able to do because I'm not going to get into it right now. It would be... it is very important to me that my mother is kept safe, and because I cannot personally check on her safety, it would mean a lot to me if you could have somebody keep an eye on her.
Oh, you know, of course, my boy. You are my blood, my flesh. You come from my loins. So, of course, as long as you are the doting son, your mother is forever safe. As if one were to harm my concubine that gave birth to my wonderful boy, then of course that would be a slight and insult to my domain. So of course your mother is safe. You have nothing to fear, as long as you stay my doting son.
Wonderful. He's going to set the painting aside and finally sit at the table. There is one more thing, and I don't want to belabor at this point. I need advice.
It is the job of the father to pass on advice to his son, teach him the ways. Please, of course, anything I can answer.
There is no judgment when I say this. It is a simple statement of fact that a considerable part of the reason you're in the position you're in is that you're comfortable fucking people over for your own gain.
Well, of course.
How do you how do you do that? I had an experience about a month ago, and I am still feeling guilty, even though the man is dead. He cannot even suffer anymore because of my doings, but I still feel bad.
Ah, yes. You get that from your mother. That humility. That, how you would say, heart of kind. You need to understand, though, where you come from. And he pounds his chest. You are part of me. You are of my blood. We transcend these small ants. We are born of raging infernos. You should not worry about the small, peasant-like problems of others. You are meant for greater things. One day you will rule. You'll stand above all. You need to remember your goals to strive for. You need to remember, what can I achieve through these people? And then you will worry less and less about the hardships of others. Because you understand that when you have all the power and all the wealth, then you can help these people. The ends justify the means.
Just under the table, that hand is in his pocket, rubbing that little piece of Hilgrid stone.
With what hand?
My not gem hand, left hand.
Yeah.
He is yet to touch it with the gem hand because he's worried something will happen.
No problem.
But thank you. I don't know if it helps, but it's good to hear something from someone else.
No problem. This was wonderful. But you see, I have many other concubines who are calling. I'm a busy man, as you know. But please keep making me proud. Telling me tales. And do not ever forget to call on your father. I miss you. I love you. And he gives you he does the double hand on the side of the face and gives you the big kiss. Make me proud. And when you have had your victories, when you've done what you've set out to do, come home to your father. Come, sit by my side, and I will teach you all you need to know.
I will return home when I'm done. Thank you.
Don't make me wait too long. And he does a wave and then fades off in a cloud of mist.
Once he leaves, Rashawn waits 2 or 3 beats. Does the table leave with him, or is it still there?
He leaves it for a while.
Okay, he's gonna just pour himself a big glass of wine, drink that, and then leave.
All right.
That's effectively everything I did.
Yep.
Except for the content thing, but we'll do that when content comes up.
The next one I think we're gonna go with is Reina.
Okay. So for my 9 days, for the most part, I wanted to go through those books that we had gotten from that puzzle, one of those puzzle rooms that we were in. I think that's going to be a kind of Brayna Compton joint effort for bedtime stories. And let's see, I specifically am looking for information on Bushagi, because I know that's what Althea is, and the Court of Snow, which is where my mom was heading out to.
2 things you would get from that is you're kind of researching, spending your time going around. The library where you currently are, Yolindra, is old, but it's unwell managed. But the fact of the matter is so old and so unkempt, they actually do have a lot of books that date pretty far back. And being so close to these woods, they do have a lot of topics that either have come directly from the Feywild or either sightings, tales from those who have traveled within it. You would find in your research that Bushagi are the women of the woods, also known as the wards of the wild. They are connected to the plains that often take shape of forests or dense woods. They have been known to be the grandmothers of hags and weavers of fates. They deal in the powers over life and death, but rarely use them unless it helps their means. It is said that they have come from the Fey realm, but in your research, the actual origins or birth of where they first came from are a mystery. Then you'd also find that the Court of Snow is one of the 5 realms of the Feywild. It is also known as the Timeless Realm, the Patient Realm, as the Court of Snow rarely acts unless they are fully believing in their victory. And I will get you his name. It is ruled by Valen the Victorious. Victorious. He is the king of the Fey Court. He stands on his throne of ice and rarely leaves, but it is said wherever he goes, victory follows, and freezes over any place that he calls his domain. Many go into the realm of snow, either to find dark secrets or power, as many relics have been said to be locked within the vault of snow. But many who come back from the realm, the Court of Snow, rarely speak of it, as they become enamored, almost in love with the area, and have nothing but wonderful things to say. But rarely can give details of what they've seen, heard, or saw while within that court.
Okay. Perfect. All right. I was also going to talk to some of the older elves in town to see if I could figure out how long Althea might have been around, if that's possible, because I know that with the time differential, it's going to be wonky.
As you're traveling through the town, a couple of the elders will take you, some of the older ones will take you to the town hall, where they show a giant mural to you. It tells a tale. They tell you that Althea is a being that's been here longer than anyone can remember. Stories tell of her once walking the lands of Wilfrem as a great spirit, but then a traveler named Forwyn Fane locked her in the woods. She is both made of myth and reality. Her tales of great gifts and great misery go hand in hand. Over the years, there were tales of traveling druids trading her services for healing, for furs and other items. There was also tales of others trading their tears or smiles to stave off death. And as you're looking through the tapestry, as the tale keeps going on, you'll see a man you remember. Your father. A rough portrait, but of Azo Tau they'll tell you of. He was the founder of the village of Yolindra originally. The first villagers were taught how to hunt and to harvest the woods of the Fey realm on their own, and how to walk the woods without getting lost. He helped the wandering tribes settle outside the woods and become unreliant on Althea's deals. They say he sadly disappeared one night. Many thought he was either taken by Althea and trapped back within the Fey realm, or killed by one of the many denizens of the woods. And as you're going through, and they're showing as when Azo Tao disappeared, some of the tribe of the Unsleeping Court started to show back up again and become more reliant in spreading the word of Althea. And as you're seeing more pictures of Althea on the walls of the painting, you'll see every once in a while a small little girl with blue hair starts to appear within the painting.
That's crazy. I would definitely bring at least Compton to see all of those. Probably everybody. So that guy's my dad founded this town.
Yep. They helped the roaming tribe settle here.
Okay.
The only thing is that as they talk, the question is, how old was your dad?
Right. Yes.
Yes, Compton.
Question.
Well, I was just going to ask, because it sounds like you're giving a lot of information, but if Reyna's bringing Compton, obviously he's got a skill set associated to like investigating the data in these books, right? And really piecing it together. Is there anything that I can do to kind of not just put a timeline together, but really put some dates and numbers to it, so we have like a very clear picture of where we're at in comparison to some of these events?
Yep, you can roll me an investigation.
Dirty 22, which obviously dirty. I don't know why I said that. Dirty 22. Everything I do is dirty, motherfuckers.
Give me a second as I pull up.
It'd be incredible if it was a natural 22.
What are you rolling with? A D100, bitch. I'm prepping for Call of Cthulhu.
Second. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Oh, no, there it is. Whew. Jesus. Got scared there for a second, everybody. Sorry, I thought my one timeline got destroyed. All right. Do. Okay. There we go. So, looking at the timeline, be with your 22. One name sticks out that really throws you off. You remember this name because you've already heard it once before during the campaign. The Farwin Fen.
Yes, that's
Back when you were back within the Farwin Forest. Yep.
Did Farwin Fen, was he the guy who put the chain around the forest? Right? Yep. Okay.
And you know, because you've done your research a little bit on him since that moment, when he walked the world, it was well even before the War of Subjugation. So,
and that's a long time ago.
That is a very, very, very long time ago. Because you would know the date, let me grab this. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah. So, well over. It's hard to know the exact date when he roamed because it was pre-War of Subjugation. But well over 3,000 years ago.
Compton's aware of like a general lifespan of these elves, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. 3,000 years is way longer than this should be.
Yes.
Okay. And
at least 5 to 10 times.
And I don't know if Reyna would have told Compton this, or if we've had these conversations. Is your dad dead, or is he just gone? He's dead.
He's dead. He died of a mysterious illness.
But how long ago?
Well, For Reina, it would have been like, hold on, now I have to do, you're making me do math.
Well, and here's the thing. Okay, before you do the math, that math has to also account for your fucky wucky time in the woods, right?
Yeah, so that's what I was gonna say too. So for Reina, it's been for Reina, it's been 157 years.
But okay,
But
and then
how long ago, Grim, does the little me start showing up in the mural?
Near the end.
Okay.
But with her, like with the painting on there, and with your father first appearing, it's still a couple hundred years in their timeline. It looks like.
Mm-hmm.
Compton's gonna do a thing.
Mhm.
I think and I don't know if this pushes the investigation role, but effectively what he's look at Reina and say, there are other people that are mentioned next to her father's name.
Yep.
Right. So I think what he's going to try to do is to see if there's like
A world
birth
history
and
timestamp,
death.
right?
Yeah, because if I can, like, he's clearly outside of a linear event. Like, he's got his own trajectory. So what we need to do is kind of put him next to something that would be considered our standard, right? So I'm going to look for other names to go, okay, well, when did this person fall off and when did this person pick up? And then that gives us a real understanding again of the time, maybe.
And with your 22, it's going to be time stamping about 980 years. When her father formed this village.
And then that gives him a roughly, we'll say, about 800 years of life before he passed 157 years from Reina.
Yes.
Okay.
And because I get what you're trying to do, they would tell the stories. The little girl appears in the painting around 600 years ago.
Hey, Raina, real quick, I just have just a small question for you, if you could answer this one for me. About how old was you when you got pulled into the woods there with your grandmama?
About like 18.
And you was there pretty consistently, like most consistently until just recently, right?
Yeah.
So if I take, how old is Raina? And not obviously not 157.
175.
Okay, so 175 minus, we're gonna just say 19 because we've been traveling.
150,
right?
let's say.
You say 150?
I'm saying subtract 20. Let's just round it and do an even 20.
Okay,
right?
okay. So 175 minus 20, so that puts us at 155. That 155 now coincides with 600. So that is what we're looking at for the time difference potentially within the woods, right?
Yeah.
So your 155 years accounted for roughly 600 years outside.
Yeah, apparently.
I'm going to do some math with the calculator, y'all. I'm going to get quiet now.
And you would get all that information right now.
Okay.
You don't like it. I can tell you already don't like it.
it's just so much math, Grim.
Time moves roughly 3.87 times faster inside or outside the woods.
Well, it's confusing to figure out because if I have to think about it would have been like between the time when Reina's mother left and when her father died, there were a few years where Reina's mom was in with the Welsons, and their time moves at one speed, and then regular time, and then she went into the forest, and her mom started looking for her for like 30 years Welson time. That's just a lot of math that I'm gonna have to do later on my own.
And with your
True.
research, you would have found that different fate courts move at different speeds.
Yes, which
Yeah.
I already knew. And I have I do have a, what's it called? The sand with the sand and the time.
Yep.
Yep. One of those.
I know it's a lot. You don't have to figure it all out right now. It's just a
Okay.
thing.
Okay, cool.
So yeah, but I mean the important thing that we don't need to figure out with too much details, we have a rough estimate of the time differential when we do go in there to look at this school.
Yeah.
4 times.
Kind of.
Yes.
It's okay.
The impressive part is how quickly he figured out the math. I didn't even have to tell you. I had the number written down. And I was like, we'll see if they figure it out. And of course, Rob figures it out within a moment.
I want to play games. These are the games I enjoy to play.
No, I love it. So
I have to use my actual engineering knowledge somewhere in the world, and it's solving
Yeah.
D&D math. Okay.
It's for D&D math.
and going
I
through.
also called
Yep.
back my links.
Yes, and they are overjoyed to see you. They feel that the world smells not as nice, not as fresh, but they are super happy to be alongside you once again. You feel a very strong bond to this creature. Not like a person and their pet, but almost like this is almost a child of yours, but not on that level.
Mm-hmm.
And over that time, yes, you want to do odd jobs, you can definitely help with the fletching, making some arrows. Many of the huntsmen in town would be very happy to do it. And Elmis would take you on hunting trips days after days. You'd be gone probably 2 or 3 days at a time, doing very large game. There are a lot of vicious creatures around here the further away you get from town. But he and you together make a very good team. You stay at the range and he takes on the front. And you kind of get that back and forth, battle-hardened kinsmanship. As you've taken a lot of creatures, you both had the hunting skills. It's a very good team.
Fine.
All right.
Also, my Link's name is Icicle Teeth.
Icicle Teeth. Love it.
Yeah. Oh, I let her name him herself.
All right. Farron.
Farron is going to spend his 90 days rather simply. He would like to get a job at the or one of the taverns in town as a cook, because he wants to boost his cooking skills.
And actually, Roshan will set you up with that, as the painting that he gave to the tavern owner of the sleeping giant, Ilmendal. She is so overjoyed that when you talk about getting a job, if she thinks if you work twice, just half as good as his painting is with craftsmanship, then she thinks you'll be fantastic.
Perfect. So yeah, I mean, Farron's gonna spend his days behind that counter, cooking and doing what he needs to do.
And one thing happens. Over the past little while, you've noticed your shadow seems to like move and dance. At one point, it even almost seems to split from you. But nothing happens. But one day, while in the kitchen, you become a bit overwhelmed. And as you drop one of the pots of stew that you've been working so hard to prepare, and you just wish you could do anything to catch it, but it's just out of your arm's reach, out of your shadow leaps this little gentleman.
Oh. Hello. I could obviously see him, right?
Oh yeah, everybody
Okay.
can see him.
Okay. Hello. Zufum. What are you doing here? Not that I'm not happy to see you, but
Oh, well, Lady Syria, she informed me that you were the new master of the school. And I was tasked to be your ward as I was the old master. though my larger body is within the realm of the school, a fraction of myself, a shadow piece of me, has been given to you. And you see that while the other was a ginormous troll in size and nature, he comes up to about your thigh as he looks like a little chunky small goblin.
You can't see because I have my camera turned off today, but I'm so happy. Okay. Well, are you? How does this work? Like, do I have to call you? Are you always here?
I'm always in your shadow from now on. But if you need me, you give me a call and I'll split off. Come out, assist you. I'm only a fraction of Master Wilfrem. Just a piece of his shadow, so can't do any too much heavy lifting or fighting. But you need your house clean. You need to be maintained. I do. You could say I'm a fraction of Wilfrem, the part of him that maintained the school. So you need help with the cooking. You need help with the cleaning. Need someone to keep an eye on things every once in a while. I'm your man. When it comes to fighting and protecting and everything like that, I'm not enough of a essence to be like that. Maybe in time we'd be able to get Wilfrem out of the school, but for now, this is what I can do.
Well, I'm glad to have you here. Welcome to the team.
He does like that big courtesy bow, like arms fully spread out.
I'm happy to serve, Master Farron.
Thank you very much for also saving that pot of stew.
That's part of my job. Waste not, want not.
Never mind, it's fine. Farron just trolls off and just goes back to the cooking and stuff. Thank you again.
No problem. He'll hop up on the edge, and while you're like focusing on the cooking, he'll be doing the dishes and he'll be sweeping up. And until that part of your brain that forgets that he's there, as soon as you have that moment and you turn, he's gone.
My shadow back and everything?
Your shadow's always been there, just got a little bit smaller.
Okay, got it. All right, cool.
All right. And last but not least, Compton.
My list is so long.
That's why I said not least.
God. Small easy things. Knock them off. I think that Compton very, very quickly resummons Yolittle so that Yolittle's present often and always. And he talks with him and just takes him out on walks and does stuff. And I think that this kind of coincides with Compton is so glad to have Raina back. And I think that they spend a lot of time together not having sex, although the sex is there too, but like normal shit, right? Like they go on walks together and she brings, icicle teeth. And Compton's got Yolittle, and I like to think that Yolittle likes to ride icicle teeth. I don't know if that happens, but I'm like, the image though sounds great. So, and so lots of just kind of like bonding with him, because in Compton's mind, he's hoping that this stuff is getting somehow transferred to Yolindel Prime. Right? So he's not alone in this fucking gauntlet space. I apologize if you hear children. You just deal with it. I also think that, less invasive. If there are people around that seem interested in learning magic, Compton goes out of his way to try to teach them basic magic shit. Like if he's walking around and little kids see him doing some stuff and they're like, "Oh, that's cool." He's like, "Oh, okay, well, let me show you how to put fire in somebody's face," right? And then and I don't know how successful he is, not because he's not good at it, but because magic takes a while to learn, but he's definitely trying to at least increase the concept with anybody who's interested, that it's like, if you want to do this, you can do this thing. Like you just got to put in the time, the effort, and it can happen for you. And so he's really trying to kind of like make sure that that's a thing. We'll do the hard one first because it's hard. There's Trevor walk around time. So he's gonna let Trevor take full control of his body somewhere between 8 to 12 times over this whole duration. And there's stipulations, right? It can never be more than 3 hours long. Reyna always has to be there to chaperone. That does not mean always in the room, because if he's gonna go and do stuff, he's gonna go do stuff. My wife brought me a drink. It's so full. Okay. So there is Trevor walk around time. And Reyna can kind of hold the leash on that. So she's the one who's like, no, you're not allowed to do that, or you can do that. And I'll leave that up to M on what that looks like. And I don't know if there's anything that I need to do. I'm sorry, what was that?
I said no frosting.
He's trying to live a life. The other stipulation is Trevor doesn't get to have sex with Reyna. That's one. Like, my body, my mind. Right? Okay. There's other people, and that's fair. He can fuck other people in the village. Is there any role or knowledge or anything gained from like giving him that access, or is it just goodwill?
Right now, it's just goodwill at the moment. You can definitely feel when you go back into the body, there's always that stiffness sometimes when you're using that knowledge, which has been gained through him, but it seems to flow more fluid through you.
Okay, cool.
A couple of little highlights of what he did while you were away. One time while Reyna was in the library, you would see that he's just started throwing books across the room. He'd open one up, throw it. Open another one, nope, this is shit, and throw it. He'd open up another one. He'd be like, why are we here? Can we leave now? I have 3 hours, Reyna. I don't want to be here anymore. And he understood why Compton let him go. Another one, he went outside and he rolled around in the snow and jumped off a big cliff. Reyna tried to stop him, but he was far too excited. You Compton your elemental wings, while Compton can only drift. Reyna, you learned that Trevor can fly.
Interesting.
Last one. On the festival of the sun, when the sun is in the sky for 3 days, those 3 hours he was given, he got into an all-you-can-eat competition and he won. Sadly, Compton, you had to deal with the side effects as he did it on the last hour, and you were sick the entire night, vomiting.
It's worth it though. That's a win for both of us. Good job, Trevor.
Mm-hmm. Over the 90 days of you giving him free reign for 3 hours, Compton probably puts on about 5 pounds.
Oh, I don't like that as much.
I know you do not.
He was too skinny anyways. That's fine.
I don't like that as much, Ghost. Okay.
But one thing you will notice, he never pushes the boundaries. At one point, both Reyna and Compton would notice he is looking for information, but realized very quickly that he was not in an area where he could find it.
Do we know what kind of information he was looking for, or it was just that he was searching for something?
When he was going through the library, you could definitely tell he was intent on looking for something, but after the first 2 hours, he realized there was nothing he could find of worth for him.
Okay. And then during this walk around time, I'm hoping that because it involves kind of like conversing with him and things like that, Compton talks to him to figure out the Farron trouble. Because Compton doesn't like that pushback that he feels. So,
Trevor will inform you that Farron gives off the same taint that he does, which he cannot allow. He gives off the sense of death, one who has traveled beyond this realm and has pushed back within a body. As you know, he made a deal with an entity of death. And though he feels that his contract had been fully given at the time of his death, he still has that push, that urge to send back those who should no longer be on this plane, who have broke free from the realm where the punishment was given. And he doesn't know why, but Farron seems to give off that taint, that smell. Different, but there.
Okay, I will follow up though. I'll be like, oh, I'm so glad you guys have the same taint, but as someone else had said, you know, your soulmate taints, but that's nice. The point that I'm trying to make is, one, why is it that it feels like you want to kill him? Can we not kill him? And if I touch him, is anything bad gonna happen?
Well, if he is an entity of death, as when me and your souls touched, we may be able to get a glimpse of his death.
Okay. I'll save touching Farron for when we're not going over time. I'm touching you soon. Be prepared.
Oh, well.
It's gonna be good.
Can I ask a question as well? Can we kind of slightly rewind? While Trevor was out for walkies, obviously he would have seen Farron walking around at, you know, in the vicinity, you know, at the tavern or whatever. How would he react to seeing Farron?
He would avoid you and have a face of pure disgust. He would always, you'd see before he does anything though, he would look over his shoulder, see that Reyna's within 2 steps, 3 steps, no more than if he tried to run at you. Reyna would be hot on his heels. So you could tell there's that moment where he thinks about it, looks, sees Reyna, and then just does like the spit in the dirt and then keeps walking the other way.
Okay. So it's not like the Edward and Twilight as he sees Bella and he's... Okay, got it.
No, it's more like, I will kill you if they give me the chance.
Perfect. Cool.
Not the angry fucking look.
Cool.
Oh, God.
I mean, he might, because of the soul taint, maybe he will fuck you to death, right? Like, I see that being an option. Don't spit that out, Grim.
I'm not a quitter.
Ubu. Okay.
Listen, if there's a way I want to go, it's like that. That's fine.
Okay, so then that's that stuff. That's all good. We like that. Compton is consistently writing letters to his children that he's never sending. Not never sending, not sending now. He's writing letters home to his mom, his dad, his kids. Every now and then he'll even write a letter to his ex-wife. But like he's just writing them and shoving them in this bag and writing them and shoving them in this bag. So there's like a plethora of letters in the event that I die, because that's coming. You'll find them. There is, and I don't know how this will tie into sexcapades, because it very well might. The 2 big ones that remain on the list is there's going to be so much sexcapades, right? Either, you know, just one-on-one Reyna Compton time, or picking up other delicious Thunder Elves in the hood that want to get down. I also, because there's going to be a whole bunch of training, Compton is going to go to Rashawn and be like, hey, look, man, I noticed that you're like made of fire, but then like, are you able to take things that's on fire already and then make it like hurt fire more, right? And I don't know what that is. Can you like help me? And ask him to like teach me good fire. I gotta know good fire because I really like that shit. I gotta know that good fire, right? Corbin, I ain't got no matches. Help me. But I'm also wondering if there's like, oh, Reyna and Eldmist are in the woods. Like, what's up? You know what I mean? So who knows? Like I said, they're intertwined.
That's a question, Reina. Would you ever take Compton hunting?
If he wants to come.
I will tell you, I did think about this. One time when you go hunting, when you come back, I'll be like, oh shit, look. And I'm going to hold up a dead mouse. I'm like, I done killed it. I found it. It was in the house. But I didn't like it because it was making all that noise. It was chewing on your books, right? And I was like, nope, not today. And I got him. I waited him out. I sniffed him out like you done showed me how to do with my nose. And I found him in the wall. And then don't mind the fact that there's a hole in the wall. He's dead now.
You did such a good job.
Question, you do that before you ever go hunting with them, right?
Oh, yeah.
Elmis will never sleep with you.
That's fine. Why? Because I killed a mouse?
You were so proud of killing a mouse.
I eat it too. Because you're supposed to. You waste not, want not. I killed it and I ate it.
I would help him prepare it.
That's fine. There's other Thunder Elves that are going to want this.
Yeah. But we do have a whole, we have, a whole system for not getting infected.
We do. We did talk about this. We are going to find somebody who knows, cure disease or minor restoration. And in the event that we're going to be hooking up, we're like, hey, you need to go see this guy. We'll cover the fee, but you need to go get cleared. you gotta get your test,
All right.
So this is important. That I'm glad that you mentioned that because it's important to this. I will say that Roshan absolutely puts in a good word for Compton at the bar where he's making a bunch of friends. Like, he's a really cool guy. Great time guaranteed. Until he hears the first person come back, it's like, yeah, they made me go to a fucking shaman to get cured before anything happened. And then he stops doing that.
Look, man, when you're dealing with an open relationship situation, you got to be safe for everybody. You know what I mean? Like, you can't. It's not just you. It's not just you. Okay.
No, it's fair. Roshan's just like, I'm not gonna keep recommending my weird friend. He can do his own work.
We don't need help.
We're competent.
So I will say for you, because you do come as a very attractive team, it is very easy. The people here are very joyous people. They're looking for a good time. Many of the very large women find it fun to break Compton, and many of the larger men as well find it fun to break you both the best they can because you're very small, slender people, and they find you exotic because everyone around here is very hardworking, very muscle-bound, very large grown. They all have giant blood within their veins. So they're always down for a good time, and if you all are spreading the word, they will mostly go for it.
Can I roll a performance for the fact that they're pleasantly surprised when Compton gives as much as he takes? Sure. Can I do this? Because honestly, I'm a switch hitter here, and it's so important that these motherfuckers know. Oh, saving throw though, right?
Yeah. Performance check and then saving throw.
That's a +8. Okay, so the performance check. What's my performance? +5. We'll take a +5. Could have been better. 17.
That's good. Yeah. No, that's good. 17 is good.
And then the Constitution saving throw.
Come on, nat one.
Hell no, not a nat one. We got a 19 on the dice +8. 27.
Compton is known as a power whatever within
Power switch.
I'm just fucking rusted.
Switch top power.
Is a power switch within this town.
Guys, can we talk about how great Grimm's game is? Just real quick, folks at home, y'all are fucking missing out. This is the best. This is the best fantasy experience I've ever had.
Oh, slowly just evolving into sex.
Look, you knew what we were about. You knew what we were about. Okay, this is so delightful. And this is important for everybody to know. Also, Grimm mentioned it. Compton took a spell early on before he traveled that he now has access to because we've leveled. But Compton has been systematically, hold on, I'm a burp, been casting private sanctum on our house. And what private sanctum does is a whole lot of shit, right? The way that we will do it, like as the standard, was no sound passes through it, which is good for the sexy times, right? Don't choke on that. Both ways. So no sound leaves, no sound comes in.
Cool.
The barrier of the warded area is dark and foggy, which prevents vision. And so like he's casting it in such a way that it's just on the walls of like to the excess walls of the house that we're staying in. But it also makes it so like you can't just look in the windows. Like it's like, no, you cannot look inside. There is no way for sensors like divination, magic, things like that to be inside the protected area. So whether or not you have on the necklace of, I forgot what we called those things.
Yeah.
Whatever those were that keeps, yeah. If you're inside the house, nobody can like see you. You can't be targeted by divination spells inside it. Nobody can teleport into it or out of it. And planar travel is also blocked. So really, Raina's also protected within it with the tattoo magic, if you didn't have your necklace. The question is, are we ever going to use the key to go to Durant's house? That's really important.
I mean, I don't think not during these 90 days.
Okay. If we don't use the key, then I don't, because any of those effects I can just choose not to have happen on one of the days when I cast it. So I would need to know so that we could attune a door to do planar travel. If we're never going to go inside, it doesn't matter. It's a super secret sex swingers sanctum. That's all, I think. I think that's everything. But yeah, Compton does a lot of training with Rashawn. Effectively just throwing fire at him and getting things thrown at him, I would assume. I don't know what that looks like. Rashawn's his master in this. Teach me, senpai.
So it's a varied course, right? There's a lot of meditation, a lot of teaching, and they do, like, he does have Compton throw fire at him while he tries to cut him with swords. Because pressure is the most important factor. If he can do this after 10 minutes of focusing on it, whatever. If he can do it when he's getting ran at, that's the important thing.
I like to think, and for the folks at home, this is the narrative description behind some buffs, right? Like we got our ASI, Compton's dex went up. Well, guess what? People were swinging swords at him a lot. He can move a little better now, right? I do like to think Compton probably has a couple of new scars. I think Rashawn got him a couple of times, right? And it's important. They're not like super deep or anything like that, but he definitely has some new scars. He's a little bit more. That 5 pounds might not just be food, right? Because he's training a lot every day, and so I think some of it he's getting a little bit more muscular, but mostly in his legs. Like he's the opposite of a chicken leg man, right? He's got that
protein loading.
Yeah. Also, his hair is probably it started to grow out. Like he was like, "Oh, I'm gonna grow my hair back out," but then he was fighting Rashawn, who is also just like made of fire, and he's throwing fire, and he kept on singeing his hair, and so I think he's actually cut his hair like shorter. Like he had it short, but he's now just keeping it short right now to keep it out of his fucking way, dealing with all the training for the fire stuff.
Okay. And do you try and do that last thing where you try and get back into the school?
Oh yeah. I just figured you would tell me how that worked. I didn't know what that's like.
What do you try and do to get back to the school is my question.
I think what happens is that Compton starts really he focuses a bit on the stuff that he's gotten already from the school, right? So he's been given access to things like Wither and Bloom. He now has Speak with Dead, which we'll do collectively to talk to the head, but that's also a necromancy thing. I forget, there's another one I have, I think. I can't recall off the top of my head. But what he does is he's kind of like practicing those castings to get used to them and understand them more, because he doesn't really have a lot of experience with necromancy. And then also, like, when on some of the off times when he's at the library with Reyna, he kind of starts looking into more, not just the magic behind life, but the natural things behind life and death, right? And so it's a lot of that homework based stuff to really understand that school of magic better. And then he, I think, talks to you a little about it, like, oh man, there was this one time I got into class, I'd really like to do that again, how do I do it? Maybe talks to his gem, kind of like really just tries to attune to it, things like that, all of those combined.
Okay, so you are focusing on the necromancy aspect.
Because it's the piece he's most uncomfortable with. That's important. It's the one where he's like, man, this is the one thing I feel like I have a deficit in. I gotta know more about it.
That is perfectly fine. So one night, as you've been practicing, probably a day where you were more intensely training in your necromantic arts, using your Wither Bloom more. Even though you can't use Speak with Dead, you were transcribing the spell, understanding the concepts, the limitations, what you can't do, everything like that of an understanding. And as you're sitting there one night before falling asleep, you're rubbing the gem. It's one of the nights where Reyna is gone on the hunt. So you're solely focused on that with no distractions. You drift off to sleep, and you find yourself once again back in that classroom. Show him. And you see that small gnomish man once again appears, walks into the classroom. Calm down, class, everyone. All right, I see. We have some second years, it looks like here. All right, some first as well. This is general logic and understanding. We have many spells that we have to go over this semester, and there are a couple. We know everybody has their different things that they are interested in, of course. We have the understanding of spreading life transference, giving it from one body entity to the other. We also have the one of consuming life energy, where we tap into the well of others and bring it into ourselves. We also have the manifestation of the entity that we have made the pact with, so that we can retain our soul aspect. We can make a manifestation of some kind. We also have the one where, well, we use necromancy in the way that Foley is used in what is known as the uncouth, the tainted form of necromancy, where the intent is Foley, just to harm the other individual. This is the least of my favorite subjects, as it gives necromancy the bad name, but it is, of course, something that we have to study and understand, so that if others were to use it against us, we are able to defend against it. All right, class, separate into your groups for today. Which of these ones, and you will feel as he's approaching the class and asking the question, you're able to split into a group of any of these topics.
So, I mean, so Wither and Bloom is give and take, right?
Yep.
I guess it's not. Yeah, it's give and take.
To form, you do an area. This one described as reaching into another entity.
So there's give and take of an area, there's give and take of an individual, and then there's just pure harm, right? And if I'm not mistaken, I'm thinking of pure harm as like chill touch is just damage out, right? Like that would be
it's just a damaging type of magic, yes. There's one where it's transfer your life into other entities. There's one where you manifest the aspect that gives you your power. You have the one that is to take from an entity, and the another one just to harm an entity.
I think Compton would feel a bigger pull, because the things that he's gotten so far feel kind of like oddly, weirdly tied to death. He wants to know more about giving what he has, like what's his, to another. So he's going to go to that one.
All right.
All right, everyone. So today we are going to be focusing on your group have chosen to go on this one. You see, once again, the class is completely filled. There's like the shadow entities of these other individuals who seem to be in the class. And he slaps his little pointer as he's standing hovering in front of the class, floating on his little green orb. Like, we are going to be understanding the Dance Macabre. A very powerful spell. This one here for those who are looking to transfer their life essence to those and manifest entities that are under their thrall. Creatures that have recently died, you are able to extend some of your life force into them and reanimate them, giving yourself other entities to either battle alongside you, assist you, or aid others. Everybody gives the understanding of raising dead as a terrible atrocity, but the problem is they're already dead. We need to look past that. Their life has transpired, so what we can do is use their bodies to do good. People forget that these undead entities could help relieve rubble, pull others to safety. Things of this nature, they all just see them as a horde of entities to be used to attack and devour the living, which is not the case. All right, everyone. Follow these, transcribe them, understand them 6 times today and 20 times over the night. By the end of the semester, I highly expect you all to fully understand the ins and outs and understanding of the transfer. Now, everyone, you feel like a time skip. There's your test. Teach me what you know and understand and how well you can wield it. Compton, I need you to make me an Arcana check and a Constitution check. Your DCs are 20, and the second one is 15.
I'm gonna ask because I'm dumb. When you say Constitution check, is it a Constitution saving throw or like
Nope,
actual
just
con check?
To see how well
so,
you can maintain it.
You're right. God, I wish saving throws were better. I'm gonna start with the Constitution because I don't like it as much.
All right.
Okay. Okay, that's I just hit 20 and I don't like that. It's better. Do I lose a fucking eye when I hit 20?
No, Constitution was 15.
Okay, fucking God.
Arcana was 20.
And then Arcana's 20. Oh, I feel better about that one. Okay. That is a 7 and 14.
There you go.
21?
Just make it 21. Yeah, just make it.
Guys, get a big bonus on your fucking checks for your skills that you really like.
He stands there and stares at you. It's a B, Mr. Weller. I expected more from you after your first outing, but, well, a pass is a pass. Well, this is yours. He taps your gem. And you wake up in the morning and you understand the spell Dance Macabre.
Dance Macabre. Now, is this a gem spell where it's a 1 a day kind of deal?
Yep.
Or
So you have to choose between them.
okay, so I can either do a free casting of Wither and Bloom, or I could do Dance Macabre. Okay.
And you wake up from the dream having a further understanding of the necromantic magics.
And I didn't lose an eye this time, guys. Can we talk about
No,
that?
you didn't lose anything.
So really like that. That's kind of nice. Okay, cool. So can I gotta look up Dance Macabre. Can I raise dead?
You can.
Is that what I'm doing?
Yeah, it's Dead Man's Party, the spell.
Yeah.
You get 5.
Yeah.
Oh, guys, I'm gross now. You remember my horse? Just wait.
And before we go to the present day, not this one yet, we go to one last scene. Reyna, you've been going on your hunting trips. You've kind of formed a bond with, 1 second. I got so many NPCs. Eldmis. Yeah. One time, when you're back on the visit, he sends you ahead to track as he's pulling the wagon. And as you're getting closer to the village, a man comes out from behind the tree. completely long and fur-lined robes, black, with white inlay. You're Raina, are you not? I've seen you around town every once in a while. Rarely do I leave the upper spire, but you caught my eye. I've been watching you for quite some time. You're the one that Althea is looking for, if I am correct.
You must be mistaken.
No. I spend long enough with my eyes closed that when they are open, they are very aware. So I believe I am correct in this regard. It's very rare that you're not with your other companions. The glory is going to be mine. I ask you very calmly, carefully, to please come with me, and we'll go into the woods together. And we'll get Althea. Let's praise, shall we? So overjoyed to see you once again. In my dreams, I heard that your crimes were breaking her heart. So please come along, girl. We will go into the woods, and we will gain our prizes. He waves his hand at you.
I don't think I will go. And you should know that if you know Althea, you know that your prize isn't going to be something you can walk away with.
Ah, well, you see. I think with such a trade as this, the offer was no changing of words, no misgivings. What I asked for is what I received, greatest gift of all. So, you're alone. I believe my power will be well enough to take care of one such as yourself. I'm not asking to harm you. I'm not trying to do misgivings. I'm just trying to bring you home. If it's not me, it'll be someone else. So please, it's not a fight.
If I go back there, it's going to be because I brought myself back.
Well, if that's the case, if you are intending to go back, well, I could be your guide. She's come to me in my dreams. When I called out, said I saw you. Please just let me bring you back home safely. If I inform her we're coming, sure we could go through the woods untainted, untouched.
I can get there myself. I don't need your help. And you would do well to stay away from her.
What is your body language right now, Raina?
Very guarded and absolutely ready to just walk past him. Is he between me and the entrance to the?
Yep.
Yeah.
Roll me a perception check.
Um, 15.
15. I'm sorry, but my dear, I can't allow you to do that. You need not worry, though. I will be the one to bring you in. This prize is too important to have shared with the rest of my brothers and sisters. It's me and you alone. Cautiously, calmly, as we walk. Easy enough. And you see he will start to cast magic, but as he does, you didn't see him until you see that giant axe swinging. As Elmist cleaves this guy's head straight off into the tree.
Dang.
I informed you. We need to be cautious of the court of the sleepers. They do not bode well with me.
Normally, I do not get involved with matters such as these, but, well, you are family now. We have hunted many times. You have aided me. You have helped me. You have saved me in battle. So as long as I am concerned, you are my sister. I am your brother. And I will not let these peasants bother you anymore. You have that. Now help me bury this body and we not speak of this any further.
Thank you. How long were you there?
If you're wondering if I have the full story, I do. But I do not care. You are not who this man says you are. You are Reina. You are the one who helps me hunt. I care not any of these other things.
Thanks, Elmas. Let me buy you a drink when we get in.
Yeah, alright. You know, I don't do these for these gifts, but a free drink, it would be rude not to accept. Now, we have 4 or 5 hours, we bury him out of town. Then we go back.
Okay.
Because you worked with him, and you've helped him, Elmist is 100% your ally going forward.
Yay.
All right. And with that, I think it's a good time to take a break, everybody. What do you think? Before we jump back into the rest.
It's so much. So much has happened.
Do it.
All right.
Also, this is a stupid little thing, but it is important. On the times that Reina goes hunting, because I assume those are multiple day events, right?
About 2 to 3 days usually.
Okay. She would have one of the sending stones. That way she could start a line of communication if necessary. Because we do have both. So I know it's stupid, but just in case.
Nope. Yeah. Sounds good. All right, everybody. We're going to take a 10-minute break. We'll be right back. Bye, everybody.
Pinus. Bye.
this entire time. It's actually just a game of D&D.
Yeah. And back, everybody. Hello.
Penis.
Lovely to see you all.
Whoop, whoop.
And
Big
I know I have that.
ol' penis.
I have that song on cue for when D&D is done. So the 90-day, we'll say it's about day 87. You all know that the event of the Ptolemine moon is going to be happening very soon. You have a couple more days to prepare, get everything in order that you need to get in order, to say your goodbyes, to make sure you have all the resources that you need for the leg ahead. What would you all like to do and or get done over the next 3 days before you know that you're most likely going to be entering into the Misted Moon Forest?
Did we get any useful information from the books we took from the previous school?
With the useful information, you have a whole plethora. The problem is like I don't know specifically what you all wanted for topics, so that was more like what.
I just to make it easier for you, specific to maybe the location of this school or the Fey Forest and general locations of the school, anything like that. Specific to the school's location. Yeah.
Yeah. Through the books, you would know that it is actually the school in there is actually sorry, what was it? You're not going to get too much information from those books about that school, but going around the town, you actually would have gotten a lot of information asking people. What you know is that actually it is a place. I open it to this map and my notes for it. Doop. It is the village, well, not the village, the town of Concurrence is what it used to be called. Long ago, when the nomadic tribes would wander the woods, they knew of the town of Concurrence. It was rumored to be a place where men would go who were on their last leg of death and be brought anew. Or people who were a child, when they would go into the town, when they would leave after a day, they would be a grown man. Where the laws of time and understanding did not matter. Where people would practice their crafts for years and years and years, but barely have aged a day. It was a wonderful place where the nomadic tribes learned to become more independent, a part of it. But the problem is, it was said that one day, the travel of time became uncontrollable. And the whole city dilapidated and imploded upon itself. And now it is known as the ruins of Concurrence within the Misted Moon Forest. The valleys that led to it, the mountain ranges, time processed so quickly that it started to decay. Rubble began to form. And trying to travel to that area that once before became far too dangerous. And entities known as the Nagan, I'll give you the name, started to take over the area. Creatures of hard understanding to give, as their forms would shape and shift as they were in one place and then shifted to another. They almost seemed to be creatures that lived outside of time, but in it at the same. And many began to stop giving up, started to give up on traveling to the ruins of Concurrence.
Okay, well, Raina, are you aware of what the Nagain are based on your time living, in these
Uh,
fucky wucky woods?
Grim, would I have come across those?
You do not, because as you are all looking around the information we gather, you would have received this.
A map.
This is what the village has been able to document thus far, as they know from either tales of old or people who have traveled and came back from the woods. They're understanding what the Moon Mist Forest is. Misted Moon Forest. Sorry. There we go.
Okay, so Yolindra obviously is where we're at.
Yep.
Down here in the south. Are we to assume then that, like, if I was to draw a circle, I can draw a circle. So if I were to do this, this is the border into the Misted Moon Forest, like that?
No.
Because Yolindra is not inside it, right?
No, it is actually the Orlindra is just on the map. They wrote it there for you. It's outside. This is the edge of the forest that appears when you are looking at it. So where the line is, your Orlindra is right on the opposite side of that line. Where you see all those trees starting to form, that is the forest that you see just on the outskirts of Yorlinda.
And Compton would have asked this: is there a chain around this forest?
There is not.
This stand domain, stain domain,
Yep.
that's inside the forest, or is that outside it?
That is inside the forest, yes.
What did we learn about that?
They inform you that that is one of the trading depots that they use. It is a race known as the Stain. The Stain are a race of, the best way to describe them was rock trolls that are civilized, but very ornery creatures. They don't deal with them very often. They equate them to the personality of like greedy dwarves, but they are trolls made of rocks. They mine deep into the mountains within the Misted Moon Forest. If you need to do anything while in that's a good place to go, but be very careful.
So we can do this at the table. Can we imagine that we're around, I don't know, the kitchen table in the house that we're using, looking over this map together? Y'all good with that?
Yep.
All right. So okay, now I don't rightly remember, and maybe Miss Rainey, you might know. If we was coming in from Yolindra down here, obviously, I feel like the quickest way for us to get from point A to point B, as long as it's passable, is a boat, right? Because we can take a boat up.
All this is
up
frozen.
this-
Well, yeah.
That's okay because that you can ski on ice or skate or something. We just need something to pull us. Maybe,
Sled.
yeah. It's going to be easier to transfer ourselves across the ice than it is to trudge through the snow, I would imagine, right?
Well, there's also snow on the ice. It's not like snow doesn't fall on the
Right,
ice.
but stepping through snow is rough. Cutting through it with like bladed sleds, I feel
Yeah.
like might be easier. You know what I mean?
hmm
But how far is it from Yolindra to this Ruins of Concurrence?
So I will assume that you're talking to Elmas and the brother because they will provide this map for you. Every little hexagon you see here is a day.
So
All right.
about 7 days.
Yep. But they will inform you that the closer you get to the Ruins of Concurrence, when you start about here, they say time is weird. In that there are moments when it seems like more days pass. Like it takes longer to get to your destination than it should as you look out of it into the distance. And there's times where you feel like it should have took you a full day to get there, and all of a sudden you're there within an hour, 3 hours. And it always changes when they go.
And this is outside of the already 4 times or quarter time scale that exists within the forest.
They said when you go near the Ruins of Concurrence, near here, they said it nothing seems to make sense time-wise. As when they go there at different occasions, it acts differently each time.
So the time in there is weird relative to out here, but time around the ruins is weird relative to in there.
Yes.
Right. Okay. Now I'm wondering though.
I have an hourglass that's for traveling through Fey realms that'll help us determine what the time differential is.
Yeah, but that okay. But the problem with that one is potentially it might not also work with whatever fucky wucky time magic's happening around concurrence, right? Because that's not a Fey based time dilation. It's like it's different, I think. We can qualify these time things as different, right? Because if I understand this correctly, Fey is kind of like tied to a naturally occurring shift in time.
As far as you understand, you could jump to that conclusion. You don't have the information as Compton.
Okay.
You've never been to the Fey realm.
We don't count the forest, the Farwind forest, as a Fey realm.
Well, you can. Maybe Compton did.
I did. Okay. Okay, so if we're looking at about a day per marking on here, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, about 8 days if we can go on a straight line. Also knowing that time gets weird here. Not that time's not fucking weird everywhere. And we know that potentially they made days. Well, okay, before time starts getting fucky, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's 20 days outside. So the 5 days we travel inside is going to be 20 days out here, which ain't that big a deal, I suppose. Compton will tap the map on the frozen lake of reflection. Is this a settlement? Is this a problem? What's this here?
Oh, you mean in the center?
Yeah, on the island. It looks like there's maybe like I don't know, something on there.
There has been talks that the settlement has started to appear there within the last 2 cycles of the forest. As far as I know, not many people have interacted with it. But the current rumor is some elves have moved in there. Much different than us, kind of more
Points like towards Reyna is a motif.
very more slender and such. Very pitch white hair. So far, we have not had any fatalities that we've known of, but it's only been 2 cycles, so information is limited.
All right. I'm starting to wonder if maybe it might not be a bad idea for us to come up this route and then through. Honestly, I don't know the easiest way to get into here. This looks like it's kind of going to be a pain in the ass. That look uphill to you.
Oh, it is uphill. Yes.
I think Compton's starting to do that thing where he's like touching the map and he's talking to the table, but with his head down, he's constantly like looking his eye up to Reyna, like, you're the one who knows outside. Help us figure this shit out. Like, I
think
don't
we better
know.
go this way based on traveling. I mean, not wanting to go down this big, this crazy slope here.
That and it keeps us nice and far away from all this fuckery right there with the red pen.
Yes.
Well, you guys don't want to go out these?
I'd rather, I mean, unless we spin a killer, can we just go kill her? Is that an option? Can we just go kill your grandma real quick? I mean, it's just a quick in and out adventure, right?
Probably do what we came to do first. Although, unless we get zapped away.
That's funny. You chose the word zapped. I think of it more like a poofing. Like, it's a poof, you just gone. You know what I mean? To zap it would be, I don't know, I feel like it's more electrifying.
It is not that electrifying, you're right. Elmis, the elves that they're talking about on the lake there, when you say they look more like me, you mean what exactly?
No, the slender, the chicken arms, and in the type of things, not as robust as Arctan. They're more of the slender forms. In fact, we've heard of elves of the other kind. Many learned work look much like yourselves, and the one or two people who have returned uh, during the event, well, they said the elves more slender of kind, very very pale in comparison.
Grim, does it sound like they're more like more Wellesley or more um
The way he
regular?
when he talks about how pale they are, they don't match the Wellsden elves like you are.
Mhm.
The
Okay,
way he's talking, they sound like very very pale white type of elves that you have not seen before.
weird. Okay. Um, then should we go? That's up to you guys. I mean, I do have business to attend to with Althea, but if we want to go to the school first, that's fine.
I mean, Fern and Rashawn, y'all been asking quite about it. Y'all got thoughts, maybe.
Oh, what's more time of the essence?
I mean, I don't think it really matters.
Okay, no, it does matter now that I think about it. Hold on a second. We're fucked for time. Grim, we're fucked for time. You only gave us. I don't know how this is going to work. You said it's 87 days roughly, is what when we're having this conversation. The school only shows up during the moon. Don't we have to go in earlier than that?
Isn't it the path to the school that does that?
Either way, either way, we have to be in there long enough that the moon is up.
Well, but once we're in there, right? The way that I understood it was that the path only shows up.
Another 90 days. Another 90
No.
days.
So they will explain this to you. Once, like where you guys saw that portal appear, once you're past that, you're okay. But people who are trying to run and leave the forest, right? There's the edge of the forest where it starts, and then the portal to go through. The people who are still in the forest when everything stops, those are when the people age and everything closes off.
Okay, so theoretically, if once we go in, we're in there for an outside 90 days, which would mean that we're in there for 20, something like that, a quarter of 90 days before a portal will open up for us to get out the normal way. That tracks?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So realistically, all right. So here's the thing: the portal's going to open up. We finna go in it, right? And then we're inside. If we have to leave by the same way that we done got in, then it's going to take us a quarter of 90 days inside for that portal to reappear. Right now, if it's taking us about a day's travel roughly for most of this, like 5 of these distance markers, I don't know if we're finna have enough time because we don't know how long it's going to take to get from 5 days and then the Fucky Wucky ruins over to Althea's.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, I mean, if we got to take care of the problem, we got to take care of the problem. Because right now, at any point in time, if whatever happens and she decides to recall you based on your magic arm, then it's a problem we're going to have to deal with anyways, right? But then we're going to have to wait for the moon to open up to get back in. This whole thing sucks.
I think
There,
we should just go to the school and, I mean, let's let's try if we can try to get in and out without her noticing that I'm in there, but I don't think that's gonna happen.
I think if we're finna be in the forest, we might as well just take her down. My thing is though, is thus far, every time we've gone to a school, we've gotten something out of it, right? So maybe we just straight beeline it to the school. Hopefully, with this where it is here. We do what we need to do. We learn what we need to learn. Maybe Rashawn learns some fancy magics about it. And then possibly from there, because we don't have to teleport out immediately, maybe. I think that we can just ask them to hold it. And then we go to Althea's, take care of that, and then leave.
Yeah.
As long as we're not inside for like years, it's not really going to be a problem outside, right?
Yeah, I don't think so.
Okay. Y'all ain't coming, right? And I point to the brothers. Like I'm telling them they're not coming. Is the intent?
Oh, they had no intention of. They're giving you everything to do it. They don't. No.
Okay, good. Because this is fucked up, and I don't want y'all getting stuck in there about it. Okay. Can we outfit something to travel along the ice? Is that something we can do? Is that easy enough?
We travel across the ice very often outside in here. Sled, dogs, things like that. You can either get a large sled with big dogs, or if you all want individual sleds, easy enough. Just have to pay.
I think one big sled is fine, right?
Problem with the big sled is if we run into like, I don't know, the smaller sleds are going to be easier to move around if we have to. The big one, if we run into an obstacle that's just a lot, then we're kind of stuck without it.
Okay.
I don't know. Well, how many dogs pull a sled? Because I also don't want to leave a bunch of dogs out in the wilderness.
Hey, 2 small dogs per sled. Big sled, we give you the big wolves. About 3 big wolves.
I mean, the wolves is finna be fine if we leave them in there, right? They can fend for themselves. No?
Yeah. I've never met a wolf that couldn't fend for himself. And if they can't, then that's on them. Probably shouldn't be a wolf then.
I don't think they had the right to choose, but yeah, I guess. Maybe. Farron, keep that in mind. You ever turn yourself into a wolf. You can't fend for yourself. Raina finna get you.
Noted.
I'm not gonna get you, but
Look,
you can't
I've
fend for
heard
yourself,
stories about
you
what you
shouldn't
done
be a
did to
wolf.
some wolves. Maybe just don't ever be a wolf, Farron.
Well, now I kind of want to be a wolf.
Just
It'd be
don't have
different if Farron
puppies.
was a wolf, because he's already my friend.
All right.
Aw.
That's nice and all, but also don't kill Farron. Just
No.
look, sometimes you gotta kill a friend, I guess. Look, okay, so what's the fucking plan then? Because we got 3 days to fucking outfit ourselves, and then we need to move.
Let's get 2 smaller ones so that we can do 2 and 2 people. I think it would be silly to get 4 sleds, but if you think that it'd be easier with smaller ones, then let's get 2 medium-sized ones.
Well, we're not carrying as much stuff this time, right? We don't have any of our shit. I can just make a mount, so that solves some of the problem, right? Can you ride icicle fangs? Teeth? I always say fangs. It's just shorter.
No.
All right, never mind. Okay. Y'all want to look? If I make my mount, that's fine. I can take me and Miss Raina. That's easy. So we just need to make sure that Farron and Rashawn can get there. What do y'all prefer? Do y'all want to just like maybe get like an elk? Because y'all got like we would know this by now, right? Like being in the town, do people kind of like ride some of the larger
Yeah, like I said,
beasts of burden? Yeah.
yeah. Bison are a big one around here. Large wolves are a main staple in there. The horses here are like those big ones that you see mostly in snowy regions with like the huge hooves with the fur, all the like the hair all the way around them, everything like that.
Like a Clydesdale.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I'm just wondering if we
big
even
beast
need
of burden.
Yeah,
I
I'm
think
wondering
they
if we
would-
even need sleds, right? Because it's not like we're carrying our whiskey.
Yeah, I don't think we need sleds.
But the only reason we recommend sleds is because
That is a lot of weight on those beasts of burdens if you are also riding them.
Yeah. But I figure, I mean, like a bison pulling a sled's going to be way easier than like a couple dogs. But you got wolves. So I forgot about the wolves.
The bison will be
Are-
perfectly fine. You get whatever you want.
Are we trying to be fast or are we trying to be sneaky?
I don't think Sneaky's finna do us much.
I mean, whichever is
But
fastest, right?
wolves can move over more varied terrain than bison can, I think. So
The tough decisions,
There's-
everybody.
There's got to be pros and cons to this, right? Because a bison, we just want to feed them off the ground if we had to. Wolves, they get hungry. We become the food. You know what I mean? Like, we got to think about that.
I can hunt for them.
I thought
Couple
you done said
rabbits.
if the wolves can't handle themselves, they deserve not to be wolves. Now you just going to go
Well, if
hunt
you're
for
gonna
them? Like,
attach
which
them
ways
to
does
a
it go?
sled, they can't hunt for themselves.
I mean, they're not always. Yeah, that's true.
We could just let
Rashawn,
them
you
go
ain't
for a
said
little while
much.
every day.
Are you just like thinking about the fact that it's going to be cold and we're not going to be inside?
The logistics, they're not my strong suit. You put me on or behind an animal and I will direct it where to go, but I don't really care what the animal is.
I
Okay.
think we should just get two. If we're getting sleds, just get two. If we're not getting sleds, then that's fine.
No, let's do that. Let's just do 2 sled teams. I think that's good. Make it quick.
With
Uh,
wolves.
With wolves, yeah. I'm fully imagining this is like Iditarod style dog sleds, right? Like that's what you mean? Okay, cool. Yeah. All right. So 2
Great
sleds is good
combo.
enough. One can stand, the other can see it, and then we can just get out of here. And then I guess whatever supplies we need to camp for so long, because we did lose all our camping supplies. Can we fast travel shop that shit, or do we need to go?
No, we can just.
Like warm clothes, all that good stuff.
Yep.
Well, I think we've already got warm clothes, right? Like we took care of that. So at this point we need rations for us and the dogs, the wolves, 2 sleds, and then enough wolves to pull 2 sleds. And then I think in terms of number of days, let's assume we have to exit. Right? Like, I don't want to just assume we're going to get to teleport, right? So maybe how many days is that?
Like
What's a quarter of
10,
90?
or like
Is it? Well, no, because we can't exit whenever we want. We have to exit on that.
yeah.
22 and a half
cycles.
days. Well, 22 and a quarter days.
So a smart us goes 25 days of rations, right?
Yeah.
So, and I mean, obviously, there's other ways for us to pick up food and things like that, but we'll just say 25 days of rations for 4. And for how many wolves would we need?
4.
Is
You're
it
doing
2 per
just-
sled?
3 per sled if you're doing the big sleds.
How many people go on the big sled?
Everybody would fit on the big sled. 2 people
How
could
many
go
go
on the
on-
small sleds, which would be 2 dogs.
I would say small sleds then. 2 small
Yeah.
sleds, so
Yeah.
4 dogs total.
Mm-hmm.
So 25 for 4 people, 25 for 4 dogs.
Yep.
And then I would assume they probably have good gear for like cold weather camping, but we would want 1 tent. We need 1 tent because it's a body heat thing. We don't want to separate that out. So a tent and then maybe
Don't we
sleeping
have a tent?
furs. What?
Don't we have a tent?
We had everything on the wagon that's now lost out in
No,
fucking.
don't we have a tent in that bag?
I don't think so. I think all of
so.
our camping supplies are on the wagon.
Okay.
The tent you're thinking about in that bag is from a very early previous thing. It's not our tent. We don't need it. We don't want it.
Okay.
Oh
Yeah.
shit! I thought I removed that.
Yeah. So we want like a single tent, sleeping furs, and then the rations, the sleds, and the dogs. That should be everything, right? Do we need anything else? Did you guys get your magic items? Did you buy whatever you needed?
Yeah, I've already shorted that.
Okay. So you guys go through all that, everything there. You guys can you go through the town, you get all bridled, you'll get all set up. Everything in total is going to cost you about 175 gold pieces.
You got that, money man?
Yeah, I got it.
You got that, money man? Mr. Goldfingers.
All right. So over the 3 days, if there's nothing else anybody else wants to do, you get all your mounts ready, you get all your resources, you pack everything up on the wagons, you go about your time. Yep.
We do have one last orgy the night before we leave.
Wonderful.
Yeah, and we get as many people involved as they want.
No, you put up the
Right?
posters for sure. Yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
and
going
Compton
away.
goes all out. What's going to happen is Compton's going to summon his tower, which can be cast at 4th level now. And every room or every floor is a different type of like
Pleasure Palace.
Yeah, it's like one of those themed motels. You know what I mean? And it's an event. It's such a time, and it's just yeah. Bring your own beer.
All right. Easy enough. So, after all
Real
the
quick, you did say this. You said this, and I know I cut you off, but you were like, I can't wait for you guys to get a place to put down a base of operations. After all the fornicating we're doing here, it's probably going to be here. So prepare for that. Because, like, they know us now. We know them. We're going to have a good time here. I want my base here.
Okay. It's easy enough. I don't know why you think I have a problem.
No. Just start putting together some hot NPCs. We need some art to go with our fantasy orgies.
All right. So, as you all prepare for the evening ahead, once again, everybody, the town is a buster the night before. Well, the day of, as many of the people returning from the forest, the bell is going off, the warning sign to make sure that you are out of the woods. But while everybody is running away from the woods and returning back to the town, you all have other plans. Do you all try to get to the edge of the woods early in the day and wait there, or are you trying to approach as soon as the events are about to unfold?
I'd say get there a little bit earlier and wait there so that we're not like approaching the forest while everybody's looking at it.
All right.
Like, I think they'd be less likely to notice if we were already there.
So as you all sit on the edge of the forest, there's almost like a low calmness to it. Where you all are now, the trees have been cut away, have been harvested. You can see later on, further away, that there are still more trees that could be harvested off. But over the past 90 days, they've done a very good job sweeping out this forest. Time passes and night starts to approach. Stars start to fill the sky as you sit on the edge. You start to see once again that aurora borealis start to appear within the sky. And the trees start to spring out of the ground. And now that you're all close to the edge of the forest, you see it's almost like the tree regrows itself from the edge. And processing of time just starts to repeat as they all start to be sprung back out of the ground, and this lush, beautiful pine tree forest appears directly in front of you. The cleared out trees completely gone, now replaced with this beautiful lush forest. as time starts to pass, you see once again that swirling lights start to appear deeper down in the forest. Are you all trying to keep yourselves like a little bit quiet, hidden?
Yes.
Wait, like as we're approaching this forest? I'm confused. Like at the entry of this forest, we're trying to hide ourselves?
Like, are you just making sure that, are you making your presence unknown?
I mean, I don't think we would want everybody in town being like, "Hey, look at those fools down there."
I more mean when, sorry, better describe, when the forest appears and you know that the portal has not yet appeared. You still have that time gap before it appears and the forest has regrown itself. Do you all etch closer into the forest and blend within the trees, or do you stay outside the forest in the open area in front of it?
Oh, I would say edge in.
I see, and I'm of the mind where, well, no, hold on a second. If we edge in and then the portal opens up on top of us, ain't that a problem? Don't we want to be out a little bit so that way when the portal opens up, we just walk on through it?
Well, you know it's deep in the deeper in the forest. The portal, you remember from last time. It's not right on the edge of the forest that appears.
I also remember them talking about the dangers of this thing happening because the trees start to just like regrow and shit happens. Like I'm imagining it's like a fucking World War II bombing when these things start shooting up out of the ground.
It already happened. The trees are already there. You remember the trees shoot out of the ground. Time passes, the portal appears.
Okay.
Yeah,
So no more is happening. This is it. This is done then.
It was already done. You were on the edge. You saw the whole tree shooting out the ground. Process already happened. Now you're just waiting for the portal to appear.
Okay, but what? I'm talking in character because this is important. Are there people we need to be hiding from? Like I thought everybody in town liked us, and who else finna be out here that knows? Compton starts like looking over his shoulders. Like, what? Are we in? What, are you telling me we're in danger already?
No, I'm just saying that isn't it illegal to be in the forest during this day? So like if everybody in town sees us just walking in the forest.
You're illegal in town outright. There's a poster of your face that says wanted. So like I don't think they care too much about all the rules. And we're well informed. I mean, obviously, Eldmist and his brother, who I don't recall his name, knows that we're going in. So, like,
yeah, but it's also dangerous to be in the forest during this time, and we don't want people coming in trying to save us when we don't need to be saved.
I'd let you save me. I'm just saying.
I would save you.
No, you've done it. Or okay, whatever you want to do.
And Roshan and Farron, what are you all doing?
While they're having this slight argument, I don't know, Farron's gonna look around to see if there is anything creepy, anything watching.
Yeah, you can roll a
whatever.
perception check.
Yeah. 24.
Well, the 24. Where you are now, you don't really notice anything creepy or anybody else where you are currently. The only thing you do recall is that the same with you and Raina noticed the last time. When the portal opened, creatures did run out of the portal and disappeared into the world.
Mm-hmm. But other than that, there's nothing out of the ordinary. Okay. I'm going to convey that to the group and say I think we're safe. I think we're okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So the only thing now that I'm thinking about, what Farron done said about folk just running out of portal, is what if your grandma never left? She ever sent nobody to find you? Nothing like that.
Well, she sent those crazy druids from town a note.
Okay, so do we need to maybe avoid whatever runs out initially? Maybe we just hide from that and then wait for that to pass and then get in instead of meeting them on the road.
Yeah.
Okay, easy. Let's do that then.
All right. As you take your time, nestle yourself in, kind of finding spots where the trees are denser, kind of set yourselves up, you start to see the light appear further off in the distance. Now that you're down here in the forest, it is almost blinding how large this portal is. The swirling cacophony of lights, purples, greens, oranges, yellows, just a swirling essence in front of you. And then you start to see creatures of all different kinds, some that just look like foxes, others that look like larger beasts, start to pour out and scatter off into the woods. Everybody can roll me a stealth plus 10 because you had the time to set up, got inside the tree line, nestled up.
$26.
Stealth plus 10 is a 33. What a waste of a natural 20 for the wizard man.
25.
19.
All right. High enough. As you see these creatures just flying through these trees, you hear the crashing of tree branches as some of like the larger beasts just barrel into one of the trees, trying to get as far away from the portal as quickly as they can. They all start to barrel past, and you start to see they die down. If you're all going to go inside, this would probably be the best time to enter in through.
Here we go.
This is important knowledge. Would we know in advance? And I think we would have talked about it. Do we want to not have light when we're traveling? Like, is it bright enough to travel? These wolves can see where they're going, kind of deal.
Yeah, I think if we can travel without light, we should.
Okay. Then if that's the case, Compton will ensure like any light sources that we have, we're gonna try to make sure they're limited. That's the thing for him with that.
And also, I think a majority of us can see in the dark, if not all of us.
I cannot.
But the majority of us.
I
Don't
do
worry,
have
I
a spell.
If that's the case, I think Compton will drive one of the sleds because he can see in the dark, and I think we'll take the first sled. So our marching order will be Compton and Rain up front, with Compton driving the sled, because he can see, and then I would assume then there's going to be a small gap between our two sleds just in case. I want to say maybe like 30 feet enough. Do we think 30 feet's good?
Yeah.
I think 30
Okay.
feet might be a bit much if we get into trouble.
You're going to have stop time, right?
Yeah.
Like,
That's fair, yes.
right, because like I'm accounting for the fact that we're on a slippery terrain. There's no like immediate stopping, so
There's no brakes on the sled. It's just you eventually slow down.
yeah. So I think 30 feet, if we run into trouble, gives enough time where we're still close enough. But if something hits with like an area effect, it's not going to blast us both. 30 feet, we'll do that.
And then Rashawn will be driving the second sled because he can see in the dark.
And Farron's gonna snuggle up a little close because he hates the cold.
All right. As you all kick off the horses, the dogs to go, they full tilt start to head towards the portal. You keep going. As you're approaching the portal, though, your senses start to go a little wonky. The smells get more vivid. The colors and the lights become more vibrant. It feels like you're just absolutely... all your senses are going on overdrive as you're getting closer and closer to this portal. And as you all shift into it, it feels only like you blink your eyes for a second. But then in front of you, you see you're on top of a very large ridge. There's forest around you, but where you are, it slopes down, and you can oversee just this beautiful, wondrous land of ice and snow and forests and trees and everything in here where it was nighttime when you first approached. This world is now daytime. beautiful. You look up in the sky, and the clouds, instead of just floating and hanging, almost seem to travel at different speeds across, almost like birds. Some even almost look like the shape of giant birds flying through the sky. The color is not just a sky blue, it is a cacophony of different forms of blue. You see even sometimes a purple or a red thrown in there. The leaves here are not just green, but blues, yellows, transcending the spectrum of colors. It is almost, to most of you, an overwhelm on the senses. But for Reyna, when you get into this other side, it reminds you of your time when you were just here a little while ago. You enjoy the smell, like the senses. This is weirdly feeling like home, even if you yourself don't want to admit it.
I think there is something, if anybody was paying attention, there is something in my posture that just kind of relaxes slightly. And Icicle Teeth is like running around in the snow.
Overjoyed to be back home. The fur a little bit more vibrant, thicker. And you actually notice here now, though, that connection. This is the true form of Icicle Teeth, not the Fey spirit that was in the other realm.
Yeah. Oh, so if he gets hurt here, then that's bad.
He's still a Fey creature on here, but yes, it would do more damage to him here than in the other. You have your map, and you can see when you look at your tree lines to the left and the right, and you look down the hill, you do see the winding, frozen river heading further north, the dense forests all around it. And you can see very slightly, as you stare off further down, what looks like a giant frozen lake off in the distance.
Well, at least it seems like dumped it to the south in the right place.
When we got in, I think, obviously all this stuff is happening. Compton has been carrying like a lot of trepidation about this place specifically, because it is, in all, for all intents and purposes, like, to him, this is his primary problem as it relates to Reyna. And I think that despite everything being so vibrant and full and lush and whimsical and just fantastic, even when Reyna's talking to him, he's very much like head is turned to the side, looking northwest towards the grove.
Yeah, I think
and he's just not like transfixed, but he's very clearly looking with purpose. Like there's like he knows that is the fulcrum of all those problems, and he really just wants to take care of it, and he's worried that something might come from it.
Yeah, I think that Reyna would also more often, like when she's not paying attention to where she's looking, her gaze gets automatically dragged in that direction. But also, I think as we go along, I'm just going to be a little bit more diligent about being aware of surroundings and anything that might come out of the woods or the environment towards us.
All right. Farron and Rosha, how are you feeling?
What if anything is my hand doing now that I'm in here?
You feel
it lit up last time.
It is lighting up, and you feel like a thrumming, more intense than it's been before.
good to know. Outside of that, he is staring directly at Compton's back, so he can know if we're stopping as soon as it happens. Like all of this wonder, taking part in none of it. He is incredibly tense, and he has a job, and it's to hopefully not crash into his friends.
Fair.
Farron is trying to take in the sights, but he just the fucking cold. He's miserable. he's trying to keep an eye out for anything out of the ordinary, anything that, movement or whatever, but he's just miserable. He can't. It's very hard for him to function in this cold.
Okay. Since
What's
all of you,
Rena's-
yep.
What's Rena's tattoo doing in here? The same thing, super glowy.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. And not only that, you almost feel the side where your tattoo is a tug towards the northwest, even if you don't want to admit it. Since everybody has a very negative attitude going into here, due to that, you all feel a harsh, bitter cold run past all of you. Just a depressing, negative force drive over to you because you're all just so negative, and the Feywild feels it. Jeez, people. It could have been wonderful and whimsical, but you...
And I am being besmirched here. It's not negative. He's focused.
No. You're being negative.
He's gonna go and goddamn do it.
Grim's like, I gave you flying bird clouds, and you fuckers are just sad at the world.
Hey, Grim, the bird clouds are wonderful. You know what else is wonderful? Not running my friends over with dogs.
Well, the majority of you. The Feywild lumped you in with them. All right.
Look, we had a great time in Farwind Forest when we didn't have to deal with Grandma. Grandma's a problem.
Hey, some of us didn't have a good time in that forest.
None of us that didn't have a good time are here.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, what I need. Are you all heading out? Which way are you pushing towards? You have the map ahead of you. Pull that up over. Got a little token for you all.
Yeah. So I think we're gonna go to this northeast.
Well, I would say, yeah, we just head dead north to the river, right?
Yeah. Up, following the river up to the lake here.
Because like cutting west to get to the river is a bad idea. Like, there's no need. We just go north until we cross the river, and then once we hit the river, that's when we start following it to the lake, I think.
Yep.
Okay.
You all should be able to control the token.
Oh.
Well, you said we only move a thing a day, so do you want us to
Yeah.
stop it at the edge of the thing?
No, move to your next square.
No, it won't let me
Because-
control the token.
Yeah,
Oh,
I can't move it.
1 second. Edit. There we go. My apologies. Now you're good.
You're the token master. Move the little man. That's the wrong way.
I was
Alright.
trying. I think that you were touching it at the same time.
I wasn't. My hands weren't on the mouse.
As you push forward down the slope, heading towards the frozen river, you're taking in the landscape, and it's an oddity towards you all. And I need someone. You're all going to have a chance to roll, but the first one I need you to roll me a D100, and you should either high or low.
Who's
I'll go
jumping on the screen? Okay. Okay.
Always high. This is a 50.
A dead 50?
It's a dead
50.
50.
Whoa.
So that counts as low. All right.
Oh.
I need you to roll me a D4, Raina.
Okay. 4.
All
4
ready,
trolls coming
then.
to beat your ass.
Here we go.
So, As you're all pushing through the woods, pushing down towards the frozen river, you start to see in the landscape more pools, little streams of water, completely frozen, start to appear as they cascade towards the main river that you'll be traveling. Night is starting to set. It's beautiful. It fills the night sky. The Tulamine moon here is still in full bloom. There is no other moon. And you start to see further off in the distance, probably a good 200 feet away, a nice, beautiful campfire.
There's just a campfire ahead of us.
What color is the flame in this magical world?
This one here, probably a mixture of a light green and a purple.
Is that this might be a dumb question. Is that just the region that we're in, or is that some sort of magic?
You've never been to this place. It's hard to tell.
Great. Love that. Cool.
I have. Is normally fire like this?
This is, depending on the type of tree you burn, this would be the light that it would produce.
Yeah. Can I see anybody sitting around the fire?
You can roll me a perception check.
Where did my D20 go? Here it is. That is a sturdy 20.
Dirty 20. You do see that there is a single individual that is around the campfire. It seems to be a wonderful aroma of something cooking on the campfire. You don't see anybody else around, and it looks like they set up a makeshift camp off in the distance. You see that there is one wagon and just a bunch of other knickknacks all set up as they look like they're settling in for the evening.
Hey, you see that? There's somebody up there set up a camp.
Okay, so wait, am I supposed to shoot him? You want me to shoot him? I can start shooting him. You want me to do that? Is that? And Compton's hand starts kind of like glowing up.
I missed what you said because my internet cut out.
God damn it! I said, "Oh shit." Okay, well, I mean, am I supposed to shoot him? You want me to shoot him? I can shoot him.
No.
And then Compton's hand starts glowing up.
I don't think shoot him. But do you
Well,
want
you
to
just-
approach or scoot around?
The fuck? I've never been here before. What do you mean? Do I want to approach? Is this normal? Is this what we're supposed to expect? The last time I approached somebody in the woods, they done a horrible, unspeakable things and then got out. So I gotta take this one from you.
Yeah, I mean, I prefer to scoot around.
You lived here for a real long time. Is this not normal?
It's pretty normal.
Okay, well, hold on. I'm going to message back to Rashawn, right? To say that looks like there's folks ahead. Hold up. We're stopping. And then Compton is going to do the thing he knows to do, which is push his foot down on the little icy clamp thing. Say, whoa. And then hope to slow this fucking sled down. And then yeah, and hopefully Farron and Rashawn will pull up behind us.
Yeah, if he's told to stop, he will do so.
And then gesture down. Looks like we got folks ahead of us. Miss Raina here thinks we should just skirt around them, but obviously we should make sure everybody's good with that.
Are you guys good with that? Or you want to try to make friends with them? Or murder them or whatever?
Are they usually friendly?
I don't know, as much as anybody could be friendly in any other place.
We are friendly people, so they should be friendly to us.
I mean, 4v1 if it comes to that.
Hold on a second. That's what I was finna say. Compton's gonna look down there Because I mean, we did travel a little bit. About how far, roughly?
You've been traveling for pretty close to a day at this point.
No. I mean, since she pointed them out to me, it took us a little bit before I stopped. About how far out are we?
I'd say you skirted about 20 feet before stopped, so another 80 feet out.
Okay. I'm not going to do so much a perception check as much as I was told there's one person here.
Yeah.
This wagon and the things like I'm remembering back. Do you remember your gnome man with the house wagon?
Yeah.
Right. So like I've got a couple of like concepts and thoughts about like, well, what is it like to travel as an individual versus traveling with people?
And you can make an investigation to put it together. Yeah.
Yeah. I just want to see if we only see one dude, is it actually one dude or is this more than one guy?
I get you. Is the campsite worth multiple people?
We've got 19.
Oh, with a 19, do you see a single? Very reminiscent of the house carriage that you saw. They have spread themselves out. They're probably looking at all over their stuff, but it does look like the amount for a singular person. There isn't multiples of things that you see.
Yeah, it does look to just be the one person. Hey, okay, maybe look. Let's give this a shot because I'm kind of keen on. More the merrier. It's nice to meet some folks. If anybody offers you their hand in a deal, though, we've got to make an agreement right now that the answer is no. No handshakes. No, that's a deals. If they say, can I do this? Really think about what they're asking before you say yes. And then I think we should go out there. Yeah. No bodily fluids, for sure.
Okay, so who's going first?
I think, I mean, if they're 80 feet out, message is 120 feet. I could just, I mean, do you want me to just like hail them from here, see if they're even wanting people to approach?
It feels a little impersonal, right?
Yeah, but I'll stand on the hill about it. Like I'll just step out.
Much more personal if you're higher up. You're right.
Well, no, but it's less scary, I suppose. Look, I'm gonna do it. Compton's gonna.
Nobody just says hello anymore as he's like walking away.
No, Compton walks over to the hill, like the nearest area where it's like I'm visible, very clearly visible against the backdrop, and I'm gonna put my hand up like this, and I'm gonna message down to this individual that whatever. I'm like, hey, excuse me, I'm up here. Hi, hello.
Roll me a d6. 3. As you do your message, you see in front of this individual a plethora of a snow flurry, like snowflakes all sundered abound, and you see they like form a snow tornado, and in the shape it starts to dissipate, and it doesn't look like Compton, but it looks like the outline of Compton as this almost humanoid snowflakes blurry starts to speak in Compton's voice. Hi. Hi, I'm up here. Towards the individual standing directly in front of her. She looks around, left to right, all around, and just waves her hand in all the directions.
Hold on a second. Is this something that my magic just does here? Oh my god, guys, can we stay here forever? It makes a little snowman of me.
Absolutely not.
Oh my god, guys at home, my face lit up. I was a child. It was Christmas. Okay. I was like, okay, no, it's me and my friends. We're finna come down. Thank you. My name's Compton Willer. Be right there.
Once again, the snowman does it again.
It's the 4-1 forest all over again. I swear to God, you motherfuckers get enchanted by the first thing you see. We're gonna be reminded that it's hell here in a second.
This is fine. It's fine. It's fine. I jot back like, guys, you wouldn't believe it. I done did my magic. I cast my spell like I done always do. I do it, and then a little man out of the snow became me in front of the person, and she seemed agreeable to it. She waved me back, and I told her we was finna come. And I don't know, but the point was, it done turned into a snowman, and God, I love it here so fucking much. We should just steal it from your grandmama. For us. We can have it.
Yeah, maybe we gives you
Oh.
that. I don't know. I don't know
Okay.
how it works.
I don't know either, but just think about that because
Did a little person of her appear by him when she replied via the
She never
message?
replied. She just waved around.
Oh,
She didn't know what direction he
alright.
was, so she just waved.
all right, we're go. Compton jumps on the sled. He's excited now. He's so excited about the newness of his own magic, right? Because like, guys, new magic exciting. My magic being different, even better. It's so much better here.
I'm going to, on our way down there, make sure that I've got on like a masked hood situation.
So you're trying to disguise yourself.
Yeah.
Roll me performance.
Okay. I've got
Doesn't
fancy
your armor? Yeah, your armor does shit.
Yeah, it changes. She's just trying to hide herself the best she can.
Yeah. 18.
All right. So you all head down, following the
Mage
hill.
armor on.
You all are very worried people.
Okay, so I realize now this is gonna make me sound paranoid, but it has been a thing that Roshan has been keeping up the entire time he's been in town. So also mage armor.
All right. You all mage armor up. The only thing is, both of you roll me a d6.
Oh no. I hadn't
6.
considered the
What does it do?
consequences.
What does it do? I'm so excited about this. I'm gonna do all my magic, guys.
What does your when you
This
visualize what your mage armor looks like to you? What does it look like? With a 6.
Usually when I visualize my mage armor, it's only when it goes on. And then it's kind of like just a, I don't know, like a semi-transparent like sheen. You know what I mean? Like usually it's like how it's applied. Does mage armor always have like a visual effect to the naked eye?
No. But what if you were imagining what the armor looked like when you put on mage armor? What would the armor look like in your mind's eye? Because I imagine Compton, like there's the aspect of it's just magic, but first time you use it, right? You kind of have that image in your head where it's like, what would it look like if I was wearing armor?
I think initially when he first started casting it, it was very reminiscent to the armor associated to people at the library he worked at. You know what I mean? Like the folks that might have had to do some physical things because it's what he knew.
Yeah.
But over time traveling with Reyna, I think that it's probably evolved to look more like her leathers just because he thinks she's cool.
So as Compton is riding down and casts mage armor himself, you start to see like the shine starts to appear and almost like this magical sheen, a pauldron appears on his shoulder. A long robe starts to furl out of a long leather jacket. And he has a nice tight strapped leather armor chest on his chest as he rides down.
I love it here so much, guys. Grim, you're
Roshan.
so good at games.
Roll me d6.
So Grim, I'm also delighted by this. I want to say, I will sound significantly less delighted than my dear friend Rob, because I remembered that this place is hell. It's a 4.
That's a 4. You start to notice that with your armor takes on the aspect of the wind. You start to see a shimmer and shine of a rotating wind start to rotate around almost like a pauldron on you. And you start to see the wind kind of spins around your body a bit, blowing, and your mage armor is like the essence of wind around you. And you all ride on towards you all ride on towards the camp. And you see this woman in a beautiful long snow gown, very large hood. You see that she has, once again, like the bluish hued skin of the Thunder Elves you saw before. Her hair, though, very white. And she wears this long, elegant robe, heavy with the furs. You can see she's keeping herself warm as she is totally covered head to toe. And you see her nice caravan that she has up, and all of her things spread out, and the large fire going on of the huge green and purple. and the beautiful smell of food over the fire. Both Farron and Reyna would notice with your passive perception, further off from the camp, probably a good 30 feet away, you see there is a large snow pile, a large like rocky outcropping with snow completely cascaded over it, off there in the distance, mixed in with the trees.
Like she's buried something there, or?
Oh no, it's very, very large. Like it looks like a hill of snow.
Oh.
Like just a rocky outcropping. No, not like a burial mound.
Okay.
And she sits there at the edge of her camp waving. Hello. Hi. Hello there.
Hello.
Pleasure to see you all. Travelers? Nomads and such? Very rare to see. Kind of looks around at all of you as you're a mixed mash of people. Of your kind in these parts?
Just traveling through.
Oh, well, me as well. Well, from one court to the other, of course, trading my wares and such. If you're all traveling through, I wish you good luck. But if you'd like to stay and have something to eat, I've made more than enough for myself. I was preparing for the next couple of days, but travelers can help travelers, of course.
I'll look to the others to see if they want to stay.
Compton looks with his one eye at this woman. Do you have any stipulations about having to stay off the road?
What? No. I don't travel by the road. I travel over the snow and ice. And you'll see she actually, where she has her wagon, you'll see that there are sleds underneath of the wagon wheels, like skis.
I'm just making sure because we done once went somewhere that where it didn't like there was rules. That's all.
Well, there's rules everywhere, dear, but I don't follow any rules currently, of course.
Oh, you're not bound by any magical rules and stipulations.
Well, depending on which court you visit, there is always, of course, rules and stipulations, but currently, unless I'm wheeling and dealing, I have no rules or stipulations. She kind of like steps onto the ice river and then steps back onto the snow, then steps into her camp. Like this?
I'm just saying, at no point in time are you going to offer me some kind of magical potion that I'm never finna use and then just say that you'll be me and I'll be you. That's not going to happen.
She looks at everybody else. Oh. Have you all visited? Are you new? Or have you visited the Feywild before?
I'm very familiar.
Oh.
It's my
All
first
right.
time.
Well,
I don't know where I'm at.
I currently have no business. I'm actually in between business at the moment. No goods or wares for sale. Like I said, I'm traveling between ports. I already unloaded, and I'm going to be going later on and trying to get more wares. But currently, I have nothing to trade at the moment.
All right.
I feel better about that.
Oh,
The
and
makes me feel good inside.
I will say, since you all seem very on edge, I, of my own will, offer you, if you wish, food with no cost associated to it. Does that make you feel better?
Yeah.
Can I see the food? Like if I crane my head a little bit and look into a pot, do I see something bubbling? Like what's in there?
Just a mixed match of the berries and creatures around here. Of course, none of the talking ones. We don't do anything like that. But the more mundane and intellectual kind, all mixed in. It's quite well. It's not what you would get in the cities, of course, but it'll do for in a pinch.
Compton's gonna like lean over to Reyna and like, are we allowed to taste your food? I don't know. You're in charge. I know I done rushed us up over here because did you see the magical bird thing? But I'm kind of hungry. If we could eat the food, that'd be kind of nice, maybe.
I mean, I spent a long time eating food here, so I think it's probably fine.
Real quick, Farron's gonna insight check.
Okay. Roll me an insight check. And what are you inciting?
If she's any kind of nefariousness, any kind of untrustworthiness.
Okay.
22.
Another 22. You definitely, when you are checking her, she definitely is focused on the fact that many of you seem to be new within the Feywild. She seems overly calm, as there are many of you and only one of her, I would say. As she's offering the food, she seems to be telling the truth of what she is doing here thus far.
Okay, so nothing bad. Okay.
Well, you just met her, right?
Right. Yeah.
The 22.
Yeah.
But
as much as I can get out of it. Yeah.
Yeah, with her right now, could I say maybe is she up to the nefarious things? It could be. With the knowledge that you have right now, she seems to be mostly telling you the truth on here. I would say there are moments where she has hesitated when she's talking to you, but you can't really get a cue as to why, because you don't really know her.
And when I just real quick, when I cast telepathy, can I only do it to one person at a time?
Yep.
Okay. That's it.
Okay.
I'm not gonna stop him. I'm not gonna say anything. I'm not gonna cast anything. So.
What time of day is it again? This is
It's
rounding
getting
out
into
the day,
evening.
right?
Yep, it's getting to the evening time. The sky has started to fill, and you see right now, like where you are in Wilfrem, when the stars appear in the sky, they're just stars in the sky, constellations and everything like that. But with here, the constellations actually turn into like imagery. People fighting in the sky, people dancing, a ballroom. Depending on where you look, the different constellations actually are animated. The stars move instead of just staying stationary.
Why'd you do this to me? Compton never wants to leave this magical, wondrous place. Well, I mean, are you just stopping for dinner, or are you going to finna camp here? Is this like a safe place to camp? Is this like, well, you know?
Well, it's as safe of a place to camp as I could pick any moment, I guess, in time. Night has set it in, and I like to see where I'm going, so this is where I will stay for the time being. Once again, if you will have other places to be, that is perfectly fine. And she will go and sit down on one of the benches by the fire.
I'm realizing I can't message subtly anymore because there's gonna be a snow flurry. I don't like this. Fuck.
Instantly, I love it here. I hate it here.
No, I love it here, but I also have to just think about things. So I think content's effectively going to be like, do we want to camp here? Do we want to, or do we want to continue down the road? Because if we're going to go camp somewhere else, we probably don't. We don't want to stop now. We don't want to waste the dying light.
I say we use the daylight that we have still.
Sorry, I was muted, but I think we should keep going.
All right, that's 2. Rashawn, you want to round that one out, or are we good with that?
But it seemed like a fine idea either way. I mean, the food is nice, but also we have food, so I'm not too worried about it.
All right. Ma'am, I know we didn't catch your name. I do apologize. My name's Compton. We're finna move on. We do appreciate your hospitality and the offering of food. Sustenance is always nice, but also you were planning for a couple of days, and it'd be nice for you to have that available to you. So we're gonna head on out. Safe travels to you. And if there's anything we should be looking out for, maybe you let us know, because we're heading that way. And just gonna point in the general direction we're traveling.
Okay. Compton, you said you got right up near the pot.
Close enough to see inside it, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
How close is everybody near Compton?
I was right next to him.
Yeah, I was
Okay,
gonna say
yeah.
right behind him to the right.
Okay.
I was standing off a little bit, but I guess.
Gonna have to
Okay,
kill this
Grim.
lady, aren't we, Grim?
We'll stand a little bit off, right to the right. A little bit off,
God
no
damn
problem.
Rob, did you point in the direction that we were going? Did I hear that?
Yes.
Yes.
Because
Oh,
and
okay.
here's part of the reason, like Compton's aware of this, so you guys just so you have insight. He knows that pointing that direction also points towards that settlement in the middle of the lake. And based on the color of this woman's hair, he's hoping that's what she's thinking.
Okay.
And as you're giving your pleasantries, your goodbyes, and about to walk away, you hear the woman's voice start to shift and shape. No. I offered you much kindness. I wanted to do this wonderfully, be pleasant with everything. And you turn around and she's doing the like cracking of her bones. You start to see the beautiful skin start to kind of sink in and form around. You see, my lady will not be happy if I let you go. And she snaps. Because here's the thing. We were warned that you all might come in the next moon. And she pulls her shawl off and you see a woman like this.
Who the fuck out here snitching? We killed that bitch out in the fucking forest. And by we, I mean
I fucking knew it. I
Mr. Boy.
I knew it.
God fuck, man. I also still love it here. I'm really glad I didn't try to seduce the hag lady.
And with that, I'm going to change you all over to a map. And we're going to have to roll some initiative.
Yeah.
Click on your token, then roll the
Then
initiative.
roll, yes.
Why do you hate this so much? Yeah.
We're
Didn't
just
go,
really
Graham.
bad at rolling initiative. Hold on. I have to select my token. Then I gotta go in here. Go.
All right, token. Alrighty.
Oh, that was pretty good. That was not bad.
Pull up the initiative
Oh,
order.
there it is. Let's go.
All right. Guys, we haven't had
52
combat.
sessions or 55 sessions, we might have it. We might have initiative dialed in.
Oh
We can
God, that's
do
so
it.
high.
We don't
And
need to
then-
robot.
We better get fucked. This is fun.
Ugh,
Okay,
damn it, she's first.
let me change over some music.
I'm sorry. What is she?
Hey,
she-
that snow that second initiative though, Grim? The
Huh? What?
fuck?
What?
Is she a ice
See
hag?
that?
What was her name again?
You didn't never got a name.
What I mean, like
She's a burr hag.
a burr hag. Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
I'm not
it's a-
concerned about that one as much as the other one.
It's fine. It's fine. It'll be fine. It's fine. We're fine.
Fine, everything's great.
Whatever.
Fine. It's fine.
All right.
I'm not worried about it.
If we're gonna hold, we just gotta harvest some of their bloods.
All right. So as you are all standing there by the campfire, you start to see her shift and form, and she will look over at you. See, I'm Raina. I see you under there. It's hard to hide from your friends of the family. And she is going to first off cast Ray of Frost over at Raina. 15 to hit.
No.
All right. No, never mind. You dodge that. So she's like, well, that's disappointing. She will move. Token. 5, 10, 15, 20 back towards the giant rock and snow. And she'll take her staff and go, wakey, wakey. They went for the hard option. And you see as the rock starts to shift and form and see this giant, almost snow giant appear. 5, 10, 15. All right. 1 to 2 is Roshan. 3 to 4 is Compton. as this thing lifts up its giant club. Both hit as 11 points of bludgeoning and 14 points of bludgeoning as this thing just goes on you, just swinging you and tossing you around for 25 points of damage.
Hold on a second. The first one is how much?
11.
25. No. The first attack is 25. The second attack is 21.
Yep.
Okay. My AC flat is 16. I'm trying to learn, Grim.
21
Be proud
would
of
be
me.
if you do mage armor, but it would directly hit your armor class, which is still hit.
Okay, so then that makes sense. I was trying to see how much.
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to hit it.
It's
Yeah.
shield 5. Is that
Yeah,
what it is? It is
shield's 5.
Okay, cool. I'm just gonna eat it then.
All right.
Okay, so I'm sorry. That was 25. You said?
Yep.
That's gross. Also, I don't like you for that. I love you forever, but I don't like you.
All right. Raina, you see as this hag has gone to the back, you see her encroaching on her giant staff, and this lumbering snow creature, ginormous in nature, just wallet Compton with an icicle.
When would Icicle Teeth go?
Icicle Teeth is going to go on your turn.
Can we put her on the map?
Yeah. Doop. Just go there you go. I'll just do that for now until I get an image for him.
Yep. All right.
And you should be, there we go, in journal. Doop.
I think.
There you go.
I'm gonna use my lightning gem, my gem hand,
Okay.
to shoot that lady.
Okay.
Okay. Let me get my thing out. I haven't done combat in a while, guys. Okay. There we go.
Could have avoided combat too if you guys just ate the stew.
27.
27 will hit her. Yeah.
Alright, and then that's one. Hold on, with the gem. This is my first time using my gem. So there's no one around her, so no one has to do a dex save, but she gets 2d6 of lightning damage. That's 1, 2, and regular damage, which is 8. And then also
This is why we have to do damage, combat more.
yeah, I know. Don't listen to that thing. It's a dreadful strikes thing, and I'll use the favored foe as well.
Okay. Roll that damage.
I need one more d6. I have to find it. I guess I'll just get another. I'll roll this one twice. So that's 7, 8, 15 plus 4, 19 damage.
19 damage. All right.
Then I can hit her again with a regular. So that one is also, or 16 plus 8 to hit.
Yep. 7 hits.
And then that one would just get regular 8. So 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So 9 damage.
9 damage. All righty.
And
See,
then
she
I'll have-
definitely doesn't like that.
Yeah. And then my icicle teeth will hit this giant guy.
Okay.
I have to get the little. All right, so that would be so my spell attack modifier to hit.
Yeah, +6.
Okay. So that would be 12.
Okay. 12 on him. Yep, just makes it.
Okay.
So you do 1d8 plus 1d6 plus 6.
1d8 plus 1d6 plus 6.
Yep.
So that's 15. And then he
Okay.
gets one more attack too. So that one hits as well, so it's 15 plus 6.
What's your
And
spell
then-
level?
Oh no, you're right. It was level 3.
Yeah, so you only
okay.
get 1.
Yep.
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 All right, so 15 points.
Yep.
But his attacks are magical, which is good.
Yep.
All right. Anything else?
Then that's it.
All right. Compton.
Compton feels just another calm inside himself. He knows that this day has been the day he's been waiting for. You know, his good friend Crag went off into the Feywilds and made this horrible deal for such a good potion, such a silly thing, such a thing. And what better place to use it than back here in the Feywilds?
No way.
So he reaches into the breast pocket of his vest where he keeps that potion, the one piece of Crag that he has with him still. And he pulls it out and he drinks it. A motherfucker's gonna drop a fucking level 5 maximum damage fireball right here. So that is 60. I don't have to roll. That's
Yeah.
60 fucking damage fire.
Okay.
And then I think the dex save. Splendor, you better be fucking happy.
Very happy.
The dex save for that is gonna have to be 17. A dex 17. So
Okay.
it looks like one of them gets it.
So he only takes half damage, which normally would be 120. So down to 60. All right.
Down to a mere 60.
Hold on a
Yeah.
second. Why am I getting double damage? Tell me more.
On the
I
frost
thought
giant,
max-
on the guy made of snow.
Oh shit! No, I ignore resistances. That's why, right? Oh, he doesn't have a resistance to fire. Never mind.
It's a
Never mind.
vulnerability.
No, he has a
Ooh,
vulnerability.
that's sexy.
Yeah.
I love this.
So you do 60.
And for everybody around, this is so important. Like while Grim is doing the math, what happens is you see this. Compton just kind of goes, and he reaches into his pocket and he drinks this thing, and then he holds out his fingers and he kind of like looks at him, and he slowly rubs them together. And if you notice, it's like he's building friction, and then he full on Mustang just snaps. And then off in the middle is where that ball just goes poof. And then there's no sound for us because this thing pulls in it just fucking sucks in all the air, right? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. He opens his mouth too.
So as you just let this fireball rain and it just expands out, pulls back in, you see that the giant, like, it goes up him and you see him start to melt. His one arm completely falls off. So he's just holding the hammer over the shoulder, and you see the hag in the back, like the whole side of her body, her face starts to encroach with flame. And when it dissipates, you see like her face is gone, and you see like just a part of the mouth, the one eye floating there. And where like the icy body filled the robes, it's now just a floating robe with a little mouth appear, like a half a face just floating there inside of these robes. No! Roshan.
First off, I want to say, seeing that, Roshan visibly falls in love with Compton just a little bit. How's this big snowboy looking?
He looks like he took a big chunk of a hurt, but he's still going strong.
That's not ideal. This hag, though, not looking great, right?
like I said, the only thing that seems to be left of her is a little section of the face right here, and that's the otherwise, like, she had long limbs, everything like that. It's just a floating, dangling robe now in that little portion of a face.
Spectacular. So he's gonna look at Compton, wink, and then Misty step on up to that hag.
Okay.
I'm incredibly nervous about this, I want to say, because it's my first time swinging this weapon, but I do get to do it twice. 16 to hit?
As you go with a 16, like the staff she has holds it up and like parries it. It's just floating in the air and blocks when you're just about to hit her face. And the other one you swing into the body and there's nothing left there, so you don't make contact.
That's me. I love going back to being simple swing sword at boy.
All right, Farron.
Okay. I'm going to cast Moonbeam
On.
the Ice Boy.
Okay. What's the radius of Moonbeam?
The radius is 5 feet. Shines down in a 5-foot radius, 40-foot high cylinder centered on a point within range. The range itself is 120.
Okay,
So,
smack
yeah,
dab in the center of him. Yep, perfect.
And it's a con save of 17.
18.
Okay. Well, then they still take half.
Okay.
So 9.
9 points of damage. All right. You see, he's just a lit aglow. All right. As you all see, like this beam of magic just shooting into the sky, almost like a beacon of light.
Yay.
All right. Farron went. It's top of the round with the hag. As she looks over. Yeah, she's going to do that. She's going to look over at you, Roshan. She's going to cast Hold Person on you. So I need you to make me a DC 15 Wisdom saving throw.
Light work. Oh god, that was way too close.
You see, she like lets out her magic, she's like, ah! And she like the face is just squinting, trying to get you. You're tightening up, almost like you're freezing in place. But then you shake it off, breaking free of the ice. She's like, no! And you see the stick goes on the ground. Her robe goes over it, and she starts to fly away. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. You get attack of opportunity.
Yeah, no, I'm a hitter.
Okay.
Or maybe not, I don't know. I am gonna hit her though.
Oh.
So that is. Oh wait, no, it didn't. I don't know.
Either way, that is enough.
So it's this -4 plus there's some fire damage there.
All good. You had to do 3 damage. That
Oh,
fireball
let's
right there.
go. Grim, I would have been so pissed if another person had gotten away from me with 3 health.
So, as you see, like this robe pile itself onto this broom and starting to try and fly away on her staff, you just like point your sword in and pierce through the hood, and you see the section of the face just dangling on your sword as it's like it shatters on the edge, and the staff just dink 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 onto the ground and starts to break up. Snow giant. The person who did big fuck off damage to. Actually, once again, 1 to 2, it's going to be Compton. 3 to 4 is going to be Roshan because Roshan killed his mistress. It's going to turn around for Roshan. So 5,
Come on, you big idiot.
10. Yeah. So everybody who has melee damage can do melee damage to him.
Punch him, Compton.
Compton and
I was thinking about it. I kind of just want to punch him, but at the same time, like, guys, punching ice is a bad idea. just so you know, don't do that.
Does that 13 hit him for my cat?
Yep. Oh, and he's trying to do, because half of his body is melted away now. He swings, but he's like doing that, like going fully into the swing. His body tipping over the next one, and the hammer just falls on the ground. And he's trying to pick it back up, kind of almost in a vicarious position.
Roshan is just kind of dancing. He's feeling himself.
Yeah. And what do you do for damage? Frost Teeth?
13.
Ice Teeth? 13. 40. Okay. Reina.
I guess I'm gonna shoot him.
Okay.
It's a 16 to hit.
Yep. Definitely hits. Anything over 11 hits.
All right. Let's see. Why does it keep doing that to me? Right. So that would be 6, 7, 8, 14 damage.
14 damage. Sounds great. As you're just letting like zoof, the arrow in as Icy's jumping up on top of him.
Yep. And then another one also hits. And that would be 3, 4, 5, 9 damage.
All right. You see he's lumbering like all these arrows as they shoot through him. You see like chunks of snow, like the parts where they melted and they refroze their ice now instead of snow, and like he's shattering away even though he's trying to reform.
Right, that's my turn, and then I'll hit him, I guess, with the cat.
Yep.
That hits, and that is 7, 8, 14.
14 points of damage?
Yep.
Oof. Nice. All right, anything else?
That's it.
All right, Compton.
How fucked up this dude look? Like,
Oh, really? Like you see,
real bad.
he's kind of over 2/3 of his body is gone at this point.
I want to save him. He didn't know no better. He was following that stupid bitch. He could be a cool ice giant man. But I think we're gonna have to just kill him, huh? If we just kill him. Okay, hold on. Let me look at what the magic I'm gonna do. I know fire is not a fan. He's not a fan of that.
Nope, definitely not.
He doesn't count as humanoid, does he?
Because he's a giant, he'd be giant.
Yeah.
What do you mean, Grim? These aren't questions I can answer for you.
Come on!
Hey, this isn't even like a ood meta table talk. If they're called a giant, they count as giant. It's a different stuff. That's just like a game knowledge thing.
Okay, so Compton, I think, sees this thing, and he feels a little sad for it because it's fucking holding on, and it just needs to be put down. He's also concerned about his good friend, Farron. Although he's been Rashawn. Although he's been training with Rashawn, it's still a big fuck off fire or Iceman. So Compton is going to get not too close. We'll say he's got to sidestep just a little bit so he doesn't hit icicle teeth. That's not how it's said. Is it teeth? Fangs?
Yeah, I still
Whatever. And then I'm going to do a level 4 burning hands on him because I know it does big damage and he's gonna feel it twice. So a 25 times 2 then, so 50 damage maybe? Unless he makes his dex save of 17.
See, he's a pretty good dancer.
Not
15.
good enough.
Oh, yeah.
Not good enough. And this is classic for those of you who've seen Compton do this before. It very much is he kind of shifts over a little bit, puts his hands out in front of him, slaps them together, and then just fucking folds them open in a old school Ryu Hadouken, but it's just a torrent of flame.
And as the flames just spill out from the hands, it just goes up. And at this point, it's not even the fire that melts him. It's the heat approaching him because he was such on a last leg. Even before the fire makes contact, you start to see him and forms into a puddle on the ground. And as the flames cascade over top, starting to burn the area, will melt the area of ice and snow, revealing the grass underneath. And that ends combat, everybody.
Yay.
Do it.
I think as soon as like the danger's out, Compton got hit for 25 fucking points, y'all. He's hurting. He goes, ah. It's like he does that, my fucking shoulder. I think he don't fuck. It might be. It hurt so bad. It was fucking nice, but he was so big. It hurt. Oh my god! Did you see what I did? Was it cool? Was it cool? I did.
It was super cool.
It was cool. It's pretty hot too, right?
Yeah. I'll put my hand on your shoulder and cast Cure Wounds for you here.
All right. But yeah, you see around you, the snow has started to melt. The robe of the hag has completely blown away in the wind. Her staff on the ground gnarled and starting to break and started to like twist and crack away. But the caravan that she was there, you saw that when it started to disappear, the niceness of the caravan starts to melt away. The other assortment of all of her knickknacks and everything like that around started to melt away. The only thing that was left is the couple of rocks and stones set up around this fire. And the pot of food over top of the fire. Everything else seemed to be made of ice and was an illusion of some kind.
Does her body have anything on her?
No, she she blew away in the wind. She was gone.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Does the ice giant's full on gone too, right?
He was just a puddle. Yeah. Like the only thing that was left was like a little, once again, cloth of fabric that was like formed around him and blew away and is going tumbling away in the wind.
I think Compton just puts his hands on his hips. He's still sore, but it definitely doesn't feel as bad as he did previously.
Doing the side tilt, like wincing a little.
Well, I mean that could have gone worse, right? We did okay. I was the only one that got hit, really. I think actually.
It also could have been avoided.
Okay, now I feel like that's a targeted statement, Farron. We talked about approaching it together. Fine. You know what? That's fine. It's my fault. That's fine. That's okay. I'll take that. That's okay. That's on me. I stopped us on the road.
Wasn't really that much trouble. We can't body it.
Look, I mean, I'm not gonna lie to you. I done drank a potion. And I don't know if I could do that all the time. It felt good, though. Did you see me do that fireball?
I did see it. I'm very proud.
Yeah, it felt nice.
Always does.
I mean, she's dead now. Do you think this is a good spot to camp? Because, I mean, it's already cleared out.
I think we should probably move on a little bit and then get our own spot.
Can we talk about an item of concern?
Sure.
It's important to me. Who fucking told them that we was coming in the woods?
I think it was probably that man that hold on, I have to keep flipping back to find out his name.
There was no name.
No. My friend there, Elmist. It's probably that man that Elmist beheaded for me.
I thought the way that you done talked about it, how did they know we was coming in the woods though? They just knew we was in town.
Well, she said it seemed like eventually you would come in, so I think that they probably thought they just made assumptions that were true.
It
Okay.
also wasn't a secret that we were coming this way.
I don't like it. I just don't like it, right? Because I feel like we're underprepared then. That's fine. So
Clearly
moving
we aren't.
forward, lessons learned. We just don't talk to nobody, right? Is that what we've learned? Just fucking leave them all alone.
Yeah, well, we certainly don't let them know that I'm here with you all.
Can we also talk about the fact there was a big ass giant in the ground? That how the fuck? What? I didn't see him.
Yeah, he was just kind of like a hill.
No, he was a giant. That wasn't
Well,
a
yeah,
hill. It swung at me, hit me with a club.
right. Sorry.
Hills don't swing clubs at you.
Generally not, no.
So literal.
Okay,
All
so
right.
we don't want to sleep here. Let's move on.
No, I think let's move on a little bit. We'll find our own spot.
I would like to do a thing though, if that's okay, just real quick. It'll take me maybe like 10 minutes.
Sure. What kind of thing?
I'm just gonna cast a ritual. I'm going. I just need to. I've been thinking about a thing, and it's important, so I'm gonna figure it out.
Okay.
I'm gonna
What
take a
kind
look
of
for
thing?
some magics.
Hmm.
So, if everybody's okay with this, Compton is gonna sit down and ritually cast detect magic, and see how silly this place is with magic, like from a general just look. Like, is it everywhere? Is it only on
No,
certain items?
the thing is this is not like arcane magic. This is mostly like environment. Like the environment is magical, right? So there, you wouldn't pick up anything that is like focus. You would see like whispers or hints of magic in the air, right? But nothing that beams to like this is a concentration magic. This is a concentration magic. Everything here has an essence of magic to it. Definitely more areas have it. Like the trees, when you look at them, they're just trees. It's just they form differently in this area. But you do see like there are certain spots in the grass or underneath the snow that you see glow a little bit brighter. So you don't know what might be under there. There might be things that are more focused with magic, but you do see that the pot is giving off transmutation magic.
I'm gonna test the thing. I'm gonna like press the digitation a couple times to see if it flares hot in comparison to this ambient magic. It does, right?
Yes, 100%.
Okay.
So the more concentration of like a focus spell or magic glows brighter than everything else.
Shit. All right. See, I done got excited because I was like, well, fuck, everything's magical. And when I was doing the magic, it was just kind of like happening. So, naturally, that I thought, well, maybe I could do the tower and it wouldn't stand out. But I had a feeling it's finna stand out because yeah, this is not going to work. That's transportation magic on the pot. I don't know what it does. I'm glad we didn't need it. You want to give it a try, though? Anybody with good constitution? Good, like iron belly? See what it
I
does.
think maybe we don't eat the magic soup.
Maybe the pot's magic. It's pot magic.
It's definitely the soup in the pot.
Is it a good pot? Is it cast iron? What are we
We're
talking
not
about?
taking the pot. We have a pot.
I mean, like, it's not bad to have a good pot. Sometimes you need something to piss in.
We should leave. We should find a place to camp for the night if it's not going to be here.
I agree.
I'm just following y'all. I'm not good in the woods.
You aren't.
You're
You
driving our
categorically aren't. You're leading us. Go.
No, but I'm following you, like metaphorically speaking, like you're telling me where to go, and I'm like, yeah,
Onward.
yeah. Look, I'm driving the ship. Y'all are the captain. I'm not the boss.
All right. You all push a little further, using the little bit of daylight that you all have left. You get a little further on, pushing further. Are you trying to go more towards the ice river or stay near the forest?
River.
Okay. Are you all going to set up camp on the river bed?
Not on the river, but by the river.
Okay. You all stop for the night. Yep.
I'm just thinking. Based on the hotspot magic, this goes back to the detect magic and casting it. Is the sanctum gonna glow too? It would have to,
Yeah,
right?
with detect magic, it'll glow. Yeah,
Okay.
because it's an area that is covered in magic.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
You know what I'm thinking? If we can't find a way out of line of sight, maybe I can dig us a hole. So if we find a bit of a clearing for tent, right? I can move some earth around so we can get a little bit lower. And that's gonna help for the warmth anyways, but it'll also just get us out of like general eye line. Just kind of build a berm up around at least one side of it. What do you think about that?
Yeah, sure. Um, I'm gonna look for a like sort of, I guess, indentation in the edge of the woods between like the edge of the woods and the river,
Okay.
just so
He's
that it's like sheltered.
Yeah. You all take your time. You are looking around for your camp. As far as you know, there is no rush or worry. As you set up camp, you find a little indent to kind of give you a little bit less of a line of sight, and for anybody looking for you, same thing, less of a viewpoint for you all. You can all start to settle down for the evening. Even here, when it gets to full night, it's still not dark. You're still, you can see pretty far off in the distance as the Tulamine moon here completely fills the night sky always, because this is the moon of the Feywild. So you can see pretty well all the way around you. Does anybody do anything over the nighttime? Who's taking watches?
Yeah, we definitely set up a watch.
I can take like first and last watch if
A watch is what? 3
4 hours.
hours? Is it
4 hours.
4? It's 12 total hours?
Sorry, 3
then?
hours. You're right. Yeah, it's 9.
No, for each of us to get a full rest, it would have to be 2, because we can spend 2 hours watching, 6 hours
yeah.
sleeping, and get a full rest.
Yeah, so if it's 4 2-hour blocks,
Sure. 2 hours.
right?
If we do it that way, there's no overlap. But that's okay. Reyna only needs 4 hours?
Yep.
Yeah, so I was saying I could do first and last.
Well, Roshan can do first or last.
Okay. Compton will take last for sure.
Okay, so Roshan, Reyna, and then Reyna. And Compton.
And depending on if Ghost is gonna, if Farron wants to wake up in the middle or whatever, I always feel like it's so weird to be like, oh, I sleep for 2 hours and then sleep for, wake up and then sleep for another 2. Like, it's just, I don't know.
Actually, it would be Roshan, Farron, Reyna, Compton, Reyna.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Wherever Farron is needed, he'll go.
No problem. So you all sit down for the night. Once again, it's when it's calm, everything is beautiful and wonderful. There is always that hint of danger hidden in the back. It's unknown to all of you. Roshan, can you make me a perception check?
Yeah, I certainly can, Grim.
You all sound like you're having no fun in this place.
I'm just so bad
It's
at
not-
perception, and it's illustrated by that 5 I just rolled.
Did you just say all? Did we not talk about all the magic I've experienced? Sir.
I'm having a great time. Roshan's perception roll was a 5, so he's not.
Roshan, you don't know if it's the bitter cold or just an overexertion of the elements and taking all of this in today. But you kind of start to doze off even before your watch is ended. Then you jerk yourself awake very quickly and you wake up Farron for the next leg of the watch.
Mm-hmm.
Farron, mind make me a perception check, please.
Natural 20.
Natural 20. As you're looking off into the woods, you start to hear a small little sound appear off kind of towards the woods. At first, you're a little on edge because of what happened. But as you're sitting there listening, it's not like a growl or roar or anything disturbing. You hear, and you see what looks like these little rocks with little boulder legs, little boulder hands, holding sticks and walking on the edge of the wood, grabbing them and then walking back in. Like that. You see probably about 9 or 10 of these little boulder people start to walk off into the woods with sticks.
Do they notice me?
They don't seem to notice you.
Okay.
Don't do anything? Don't want to follow them?
I'll follow him.
Okay. Roll me a stealth check.
Why do you do this to our new friend? You don't have to listen to him. He's the devil. Ghost? He's actively against us on some things. We have to remember. You just...
Stealth is 14.
14. Okay. You wander around, and as you follow them deeper and deeper into the woods, you hear that hey going through, and then you'll see a little campfire. You see all these little boulder people taking one by one, up, throwing these branches into the wood, and then they roll down a hill, and they disappear one by one. Did you do anything?
Do I see the bottom of the hill where they're rolling?
Do you go and look down?
Yes.
Okay. You go and look down, and you see they're all down there at the hill. The light that is right now, what they had is you didn't see on the edge when you were first going, but where they're rolling down the hill, there was these little picturesque things that they had picked up, and now cascading into the forest, it almost looks like a little picture show. And you see these leaves are starting to move and dance as they made their own makeshift movie theater. But as you approach the edge, all of a sudden your shadow, very large, starts to take over the screen. And they all turn around and see you on the edge. They're like, oh, ah! And they all roll into rocks and just pretend to be boulders.
Sorry. I'm just gonna go back to the...
Yep, none of them move. They just look like rocks. As soon as they notice you, they just pretend to be rocks.
Okay.
Yeah. Go about the camp. Everybody's gone. No, I'm just kidding.
Let's give it like that.
All right.
Other than that, yeah, I'm back at the camp.
Yep. Nothing else happens. No noises. Nothing that catches your eye. And you're able to wake up Raina.
Hey, Raina, you might hear some, they sound like those underpants gnomes. You might want to just, don't scare them.
Okay. I'll keep that in mind.
I don't think they'll do anything. I think they're fine. Just, they're more skittish than anything. They're more afraid of you than we are of them.
Right. Yes. They sound very real.
All right. Raina, do you roll your perception for your watch?
18.
18. Camp is pretty quiet. At one point, something catches your corner of your eye. You see this little boulder starts to roll through camp ever so lightly. It rolls over to where Farron is. And you see this little acorn helmet and little stick starts to slowly hit Farron. But just so lightly that he doesn't even notice or wake up.
I'll go and I'll sweep it away.
Ah! Rolls into a rock and it's just sitting there beside Farron. All right. Time watches. You can either wake up Compton or you can let him sleep.
Has he gotten 8 hours by this time?
6.
I thought you only need 6 sleep to resting, right? Isn't that the whole? Yeah.
Yep.
I'll see if he wants to wake up. If not, I'll let him sleep longer.
How does that go? Tell me. I need to know.
I'll come over and just like prod you on the shoulder. Come in.
Huh? What?
It's
What?
watch time. It's watch time.
Oh.
You can.
Okay, you just gotta do all the work. You get it up and we'll get going.
Okay. Just go back to sleep.
What? Wait, what? What time is it? What time is it? What time?
I don't know what time it is.
Oh, okay. All right, I'm gonna get up. It's fine. Wear my pants. No, I didn't. It's cold out there. Fair
I
enough.
think I would have located your pants before I woke you up.
Okay, and pull them on.
Yeah.
We go outside. Are you by the campfire? I get dressed.
Yeah.
Come out there and I sit down next to you. I was like, I just want to say, God, it's so cold here. I fucking hate that part. It's so beautiful, but it's so cold. I'm not gonna let nobody take you back ever, because I'm kind of lucky in that where you's from is full of ice people, and ice people tend not liking fire. I guess so. I think we got a bonus happening.
Yeah.
I don't want to drag the boys into this because obviously if they want to come, I want them to come because I love them. They're good, but I don't want them to get hurt neither. And it sounds like your grandma's kind of a lot. A lot is it? That's probably underselling it a bit.
Yeah, a bit. She's a lot more than that last one was. So.
I'm just saying, like, I think we definitely should do it. I don't want to make them feel forced though.
Yeah.
No, it's
I
real dangerous.
I mean, I don't think any of you have to come if you don't want to.
I gotta go. I mean, it's not because of you, it's because of me. Like, it's a thing I gotta do. But
it's a thing you have to do. You have business with my grandmother separately from me.
yeah, I have to kill her and put her in the ground. I guess unless there's a way I don't gotta kill her. You think we can, like, maybe convert her? You think she'd be a good ex-con? She sounds terrible.
I don't think she'd be a good ex-con.
All right. Yeah. I was thinking about something else that's kind of fucked up.
What?
You're real old, right? Now, I don't mean that bad, because goddamn, you look good. And you've learned so many things you've taught me. But the point that I'm making is I'm finna die, like, a lot sooner than you. I
mean, maybe.
No, that's just how human folk work.
Yeah, but you see what kind of situations I get myself in.
That's different. I'm talking about if we was to live a natural death life, which is, I don't think, a thing you can live. You know what I'm saying? I'm not good with words. The point that I'm making is, what if I just lived here?
What do you mean?
Because it'll just make it seem like longer out there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If I stay here, time works weird.
But then, I mean, I would want to stay with you. And then we'd be...
That's what I'm saying. We kill your grandma and we just take her house. Maybe not her house. We could build a new one. We'll get Eldmis to help us build a shed and we could fuck in it.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know how it works necessarily, but I think that it would be about the same situation no matter where we were living. You know?
Okay. Well, then maybe this brings up another topic that's not necessarily okay, right? But maybe we could find a way to magically extend my life. That'd be fun. There's always the alternative that when I get old and die, you just kill yourself out of mourning, right? Like, but that one doesn't seem as good.
Compton, as soon as you say that, maybe there's a way to magically extend your life. You feel a pain in your chest and a dump, a dump. But as you are feeling that pain in your chest, you hear another thumping coming from within the bag. And with that, we're going to end the session there.
Within the bag? What do you mean?
Oh shit.
He's forcing
Do you
us
mean
to
the
look
heart
at
in the
that
box?
crystal
Do you mean the
heart.
heart in the box? The one that we're actively not looking at?
The
That
one we're
one?
actively avoiding, yeah.
Yeah, we'll end the session there.
I've gone back to hating this place. Nothing that just happened had anything to do with this place. I hate this place.
Oh.
God.
This is fun.
That was great.
Yeah.
Splendor can never again, ever again. So you better use that potion.
You can't because
he
it's gone.
used it.
Yeah, it's gone now.
Oh, no.
No,
We're
it's
in
not
the-
gonna sold to sell for the second one.
We're in the
No, we can
Feywild,
say
y'all.
It would have been nice if we had that potion.
No,
That
no, I
would
won't
be-
put up with that
That
shit.
would be such an excellent bit. I wouldn't do it to him though.
I would not be like never. That was delicious. That was so good.
So this way you have to have combat every once in a while, because otherwise when you have like months of no combat, everybody forgets their characters.
Well, to be fair, I didn't do much combat in the whole puzzle house, and I was gone for
Yeah.
like 2 months.
That's what I mean.
I was gonna say, to be fair, you've never really remembered your character, so like I don't know if combat really has anything to do with it.
I'm so happy you guys are in the Feywild now.
It's kind of great.
I love
Fuck
it
that
here.
hag bitch. What was it? What was in the potion in the pot?
It was a
Yeah,
polymorph portion. You had a 1 in 6 chance to be different types of creatures. We rolled the
We should have
natural.
just collected some.
Hey, you left it.
I have
Natural-
polymorph.
Yeah, natural 6 you would have turned into a bison.
What's a 1?
Huh? Mouse.
What would a
mouse?
1 have been? A mouse?
Mouse, yeah. She
Okay.
wanted to get you into small sized creatures so she could put you in a cage and carry you away on a broom.
Maybe it's better that we didn't.
I
Yeah,
don't know,
who
man.
knows?
Being a bison would have been cool. You get to be an animal. I want to be an animal too.
Yeah, but we're back next week in the Fey realm. As you guys go across a frozen lake. Or are you going around it? I don't know. You could do both. You could walk
So-
around it.
For next session, first things first, polymorph Compton into rabbit.
There you go.
Farron doesn't know that. Also, rabbits be fucking, so let's go.
Make him a little mouse.
I don't know, Dirty.
know
What
that.
is the Fey Wild? It's not that
I'm-
you run a
I'm
whole
gonna-
Fey campaign.
Polymorph you into a goddamn turtle.
Put him on his back.
Turtles have sex too.
God damn.
Do.
The only answer is jellyfish.
There you go.
Do they not procreate? You just need to make me like
Not
an asexual
sexually, no.
creature.
They
No.
technically don't even die.
Well,
That's not
Just
true.
Just keep rolling.
well,
They
everyone.
they revert back
Anyway,
into their like.
goodbye.
Anyways.
Hello, all you wonderful people. Well, tonight's session is done. We will be back next week, continuing our adventures in the Fey realm towards, I'm assuming still, the runes of concurrence. So we shall see. I am excited to see you all push further within this Fey realm. You may not all be, but I'm excited. And I think it'll go well. I think you'll have fun. Does anybody have anything to say besides jellyfish and sex?
I'm really upset about the heart thing. Like I'm really upset about not my heart. Compton's heart's fine. The heart in the bag deciding to beat is problematic.
Is
This is
Compton's
some
heart fine?
fucking-
You know what you gotta do.
Look, Compton's heart's fine in that he's not carrying. He's ignoring it. Like any warm-blooded white American male, I'm ignoring any signs of negative health because I'm fine and we'll live forever until I'm not here. You know.
All right. Well, everybody, once again, it's been a great week. I love running this game week after week. Thank you, my players, for always showing up week after week and having a great time. Love it. It's a great time.
Hell yeah.
We're gonna be raiding out to the Lord Variant. They're playing some D&D. Some more D&D, everybody. Let's send you over that way. If my my Firefox isn't completely crap the bed. Give me 1 sec. But as always, 1 sec. Did I already accidentally raid out by accident? No, we're good.
Streaming things.
At the same time, everybody, it's wonderful to have you two all. As I always say, a week after week, you don't need to have the books. You don't need to have the dice. You don't need to have any of that other stuff. What you just need to do is make sure to have a group of people who want to go on an adventure together, have some fun, get together, and just have a great time. So get out there, have some adventures, and have a great night, everybody. I already wrote it raiding Lord Barian, it says. So who knows what that means. Did I raid them? I may.
No, it's going.
No, it's prepared. It's prepared to raid, and then you just send us.
No, it doesn't. Oh, there it is. There, yeah. All right. All right, bye, everybody. I'm about to stream.
Oh,
Yes.